up with some kind of like, I don't know, maybe like an energy drink you take that stabilizes you so you can paint.
Well, so I heard one good idea was to use kind of like they have these markers that are like paint markers, and they have flat tips or something, so you could use those for straight lines. But I tried it and it just didn't. I don't know. Maybe it was because it was Nichols and the boys and stuff, so maybe it just wasn't a very good one. But it didn't work out to the way. And for me, it's the harder part is straight lines are tough enough on a flat surface. How you do a straight line on a shoulder pad, right?
Markers there.
Yeah.
Because whenever I try to do it, it's like it looks all of a sudden like it's a U or like it's like just not. Even if it's straight, it still doesn't look like, because it's about perspective, right? Which way you're looking at it. So I guess you gotta look at it straight on, and then it should be straight. I guess I don't know. I'm gonna have very little.
You just hope that you have to take the model off the board before somebody notices.
Well, what Dudley's suggestion was to
Don't be Iron Warriors, Joe. They got a lot of straight lines.
Exactly. Well, what he suggested to do was he use like a sponge to do like a weathering effect on it. So that's supposed to hide kind of the flaws maybe in your line a little bit, but it looks, the farther away you are from it, the better it looks. That's all I can say.
The sponge.
It's like at a distance you're like, oh man, okay, that looks actually like something, and then you get close, you're like, uh-oh. And they were a little sloppy in their paint job, weren't they? Well,
that's why I like the
I also
demons.
went through a whole bunch of crap down the basement, so
Everything can be sloppy.
Works.
You know, actually, oh my god. There we go. My bad.
What?
I turned off the background music and when I re-added it was really loud.
Oh boy.
Oh. I only damaged Sam's hearing. It's fine.
She's stuck there too, poor girl.
She's probably gonna. Yeah.
Get a watch?
Yeah, I told her to tell me how the sound's going before we kind of get in it with the clips. Because obviously I'm doing this for the clips, which would be a lot easier.
Get the clips.
Oh my god. Okay, so we'll get started. Give me I'll do a little intro. You can just stay silent for a little bit, and I'll introduce you.
Let me know when I can talk.
I mean, the stream's already been going for like 2 minutes now. But, yeah.
Damn it!
All right, well, welcome to Fat, Dumb, and Angry. Here I am, back and chunky than ever. I got a special guest with me today, my brother Joe. Wow, I didn't mean to do the intro that quickly. I was going to make him silent for way longer, but...
Should I say hi?
No, you don't have to say anything. Also, this might be a kind of a semi-special episode. This might be my last episode in my apartment here. Gonna miss it, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do one more here. I haven't quite decided. Other than that, some new stuff I've been working on. Been jamming with some people, trying to work on some more music. The album I'm working on with my brother's, guitar riffs. I'm still trying to chug along with that, but hopefully with this new house, my setup, my recording space, I might as well just wait until then because, I have different sounding vocals. But other than that, other big things to come out is Warhammer 40K launched their new 10th edition, which is why I brought Joe here to talk about it. We've been playing some games.
Yes, we have. Supposed to talk? I don't know.
Am I allowed to talk? I like this dynamic. Me telling you when you can talk or not.
You could be muting me for all I know, really.
True. I could just be waiting for you to say enough clips so I can make I am gay or whatever.
Want me to say that and just get over with it?
I know, right? The stream just ends. Anyway, so, the kind of structure I was thinking about doing this is my predictions, just kind of mention the games we played, and then we'll go down it by faction, then we'll go down it just kind of by the rules in general, and then just the final kind of go over conclusion. So for me, my predictions going into 10th with everything that was kind of going on with the online space and the stuff I was hearing and whatnot was three things mainly was simpler, faster, and balanced.
Okay.
Any
Well, actually,
feelings on that? Or?
well, yeah, I pulled up both of those articles. First of all, Games Workshop specifically said simplified, not simple.
Okay.
There's an article from March, I believe, on their Warhammer community website where they kind of talk about their idea of what it means to be simplified, not simple. They don't really say very much, honestly. And then they also, it was under the Space Marine faction focus, they mentioned something about that says, and while rolls to hit and wound are much rarer now, Space Marines have access to both moments. Anyway, so the point is that it sounds like with those documents, of those community posts, they sort of, kind of, I say, people were thinking that the game was going to be simpler and it was going to be a little bit less lethal, right? Which are sort of kind of what you said. And that's where I think the idea came from, that the game was going to be have less re-rolls, have less kind of rules to memorize, and I think, not to spoil anything, but as we've seen, it hasn't really come across yet.
No, yeah. So we'll run over the games we've played quick. We don't really need to dive into all of them, but this was interesting too because I felt like, did I forget anything? But so we did a couple 1,000-point games first. We did. I think the first one was Imperial Guard versus Chaos Space Marines, then Demons versus Tyranids, then Necron versus Eldar, and then 2,000-point game we did. What was it? Necron versus Chaos Space Marine, Imperial Guard versus Nids, and then Nids versus Chaos Space Marines.
You said them all so fast. There was definitely one we did.
You said them all.
There was one we did with
Main takeaways is basically we've played Chaos Space Marines a couple times. We've played Nids and Necrons, Demons, Imperial Guards, and Space Marines. Only one game with Space Marines, basically.
Yeah. So we played quite a few armies so far, and we've definitely looked at all the rules for those armies mostly. So we got an idea about those specifically, and of course everything else they've said online about the other factions. But luckily we don't have to deal with Gene Stealer Cult or Custodes, because there would be a lot angrier. So. All right. And I think what your impression was, but I felt like of those games we played, I was gonna ask you this: which one do you think was the closest, or which was the most balanced of all those games?
I mean,
or remember,
it would probably be the kind of like the Nids and the Necrons versus Chaos Space Marines. Any of those kind of games, I think, were probably closer.
We did 3 versus Nids. Oh, you mean those 2 games?
Yeah.
I think there was the one. Yeah, the actually I thought the
Demons versus Nids might have been close, but that was also that was a 1,000-point game though as well. I mean, Nids. I mean, my Demons probably were helped by that.
Yeah, definitely because we
don't have any of the
1 point, and we fought over like 2 other points or whatever for most of the game. I'm just thinking, in terms of the games we played, it felt like only maybe those 2 really felt that close. Felt like the other ones were pretty much over by 3rd turn, you'd say, or?
Yeah, not that that's an incredibly unique thing to 40K, because in 9th edition that could kind of happen too, you know. But
there was this idea that the game was going to be a little less lethal, and I wanted the game to. I was hoping the game would be less lethal, and that by the end of the game, you'd have hopefully half of both armies on the table, but that doesn't seem to be happening yet.
No. So for the first faction we can kind of go over is Imperial Guard.
So they don't exist anymore. It's
Astra Militarum.
I know, yeah. Come on, get with it, old man.
Any I gotta say, I like the things some of the changes they did with I don't know, the indirect fire units. I mean, Lehman Russ is getting kind of more toughness. I don't know, because sometimes you feel more durable and less durable. I guess it really determines on who you're fighting.
Yeah, that's kind of something I wanted to mention though. Like, I think before we go into these individual factions, about the lethality I mentioned before, the fact that they changed the toughness, increasing the toughness for a lot of units, sort of created a new I say, like, every army now needs to have las cannons, because if you don't have something strength, 11 or 10 or 12, it's really hard to deal with Lehman Russ style with 10 or 11 toughness units now, because they've got 2+ saves, they're getting cover most of the time. So it really feels like you're pretty much forced to just shove a bunch of las cannons in your army, which therefore makes it so that it feels like they're actually less tough than they are, because their best weapons to use against them are the ones that are kind of necessary for every army to take, right?
Right, and in the last edition, that would be kind of mitigated by the fact that you'd be paying a higher point cost to equip your models with the las cannons. So you always had to do that kind of evaluation in your head. But now it's like, why not? Yeah, let's get as many las cannons as I can in a squad.
Absolutely, and that's And some armies have easier access to that, and others don't. So I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
certain matchups against armies like Imperial Guard can have a more of a. It can be a little bit one-sided. Like Eldar, obviously, you have no problem in dismantling tanks, but as you saw with Tyranids, they're like have two basically ranged anti-tank units, at least the models that we have. So if they don't work, you're basically screwed. So
And making one a psyker too. That throws an extra wrench in there.
Psyker? I mean,
Yeah, the zoanthropes.
yeah, and it's low range. It's 24 inches.
I mean,
Psyker.
they couldn't at least have given, like another relic thing to the Hive Tyrant, because that was the saving grace of them in the last edition, was the Hive Tyrant at least could be anti-tank as well, but now...
Well, that's another factor I think because I feel like this edition has really boosted tanks and monsters, basically vehicles and monsters creatures now have an ability where they can shoot out of combat. Combat, all that really does to them, because before 9th edition, you can kind of tag units, especially before that, even worse, you could tag tanks with just small squads to basically negate them, which is obviously maybe a little bit too much. So they're trying to find a balance for it. But right now, it's like you throw a squad of cultists at a tank, and all it does is just reduce its BS by 1, right?
Yeah.
It's only negative. I guess it can fall back. But
And-
why would it fall back? I mean,
Well, and now the tanks have 6, 7 attacks back that now they're actually hitting on instead of the D3 attacks maybe you had in last edition.
hitting on 6. Now
Yeah.
they're getting regular, right? I think, or I'm not sure what they.
And you're like, oh, my Lehman Russ actually killed 2 or 3 cultists in close combat
Yeah.
now.
So I feel like that reduces, armies like Tyranids that don't have as many anti-tank options. In the previous edition, maybe you could just swarm the tanks, and that might be a way to another strategy you could use. But now it feels like now you're kind of just stuck with either ignoring them, or I don't know what else. I guess trying to blow them up. Another thing I want to mention about tanks is how I mentioned the Lascans now are sort of ubiquitous. That there's the melee options for anti-tank don't seem to be nearly as good anymore. Back in the day, Power Fist dude, strength 8 could actually, hurt a tank because their toughness was also 8 or 7 or something.
And the tanks only have 1 wound, too, back
No,
then.
yeah, it's even back then. I'm talking about like 9th edition even
Yeah.
though. But now in 10th edition, that same Power Fist guy at strength 8 is wounding on 5s tanks. It just doesn't seem, and it's also a lot of
To do 2 damage.
Yeah, and then doing 2 damage. So it's like you're barely touching them with these Power Fist guys. Only certain units, I think, and we haven't mentioned this yet, but the Universal Special Rules, we probably can get to them later, but some units that can abuse devastating wounds obviously can be good anti-tank weapons because they can just pop in mortal wounds on the tank and kill it
Yeah.
with rerolls and whatnot. But
Eldar.
otherwise, I feel like, like for example, going back to Tyranids, which even their monstrous creatures, there's not many like great melee anti-tank options that are quick that can actually get to a tank and kill it. I mean, you're looking at like what Carnifexes have to run across the field and hopefully run into the tank to kill something, and like what do they got? I'm not sure how many attacks actually they get with their crushing
And they
claw.
can't, and they didn't even give, like, it'd be nice if they gave some kind of upgrade or something you could give to the Gene Stealers. Because, for example, we had that one game, you had all those Gene Stealers charge a Scout Sentinel, and the Scout Sentinel survived.
I know.
It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, and just walks away.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that was fun.
It's like, it's really good. If you could equip some Gene Stealers or something like that with, like, a Power Fist equivalent, or something like that to help take down these things, but... I mean, we'll probably get into that later about the whole shooting versus melee armies, because that's just a big kind of...
Yeah, like for example, though, with crushing, going to the Carnifexes, they got crushing claws. They got 4 attacks with that kind of weapon, hitting on 4s.
Oh god.
I mean, there's ways to boost that and stuff, but as you know, with the Imperial Guard, they mostly hit on 4s too. That's not a very consistent delivery method.
Assume to miss more than half.
Exactly. Yeah. So you hit with half, you get 2, and then you wound maybe with 1, and then they save maybe 1, and you're looking at maybe 1 gets through.
And they can command reroll that one.
Yeah, and in previous editions, like especially when we first started playing, with when the armor values and stuff, you get in a tank, you get in combat with something like Carnifex with the tank, you're just gonna die. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all it's gotta do is roll like a 3-up or something. Do a what's it called? It was glancing and just
Penetrating.
Yeah, and then it's like 4-ups after that to blow it up. And
Whoever said Warhammer wasn't sexy.
I know, glance me, baby.
Penetrating.
Well, anyway, I guess the point is that yes, it feels like some armies, like we were starting with Tunis to talk about. Is that what we started with there? I'm sorry.
Imperial Guard.
Imperial Guard. Yeah, sorry.
Should be an easy one
Imperial
here.
Guard, because they're really relying on tanks. At least that's what we played because we don't have that many.
We bought so many. I bought so many of those starter boxes. I got so many Lehman Russes.
And you need a lot of individual guards to make a large, even 1,000 points. You need probably like 50 dudes to fill that out if you're not gonna go tank heavy. So, I mean, one thing I want to mention with Imperial Guard was I feel like they nerfed Born Soldiers actually a little bit.
Remaining stationary, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed that at all because they also got rid of the turret ability, which was a 9th edition, which gave it +1 to hit with its turret weapon.
Yep.
So basically, all the Lehman Russes were hitting on 3-ups with their turret weapons, and now it feels like, 4-ups. I like fighting against the Imperial Guard that way because
Dice are on your side.
yeah, 4-ups to hit are really a bummer, especially when there's not much rerolls. Although another thing which we'll maybe won't talk about too is how each list or each data sheet has a special rule, right?
Yeah.
So like the
that's a
Rust
huge topic in itself.
Yeah, and so like, and how many? Did you ever remember that it has a reroll to hit or reroll ones?
Oh, which?
For the battle tank, the Lehman Rust one.
Oh, for the regular Lehman Rust battle tank.
Yeah, I guess each individual battle tank has a different rule too, which is like, come on. I get why they split the battle tanks up so they can cost them differently, which is their own fault because another thing we have to talk about, which how they got rid of all war gear option basically.
Got a lot of things.
But, yeah, there's a lot to say, but we can be more just general about each faction now, and then we can go back to the more specifics later. But
yeah, so basically, just to wrap up Imperial Guard, I think they basically kind of stayed very similar. They tweaked them a little bit here and there. I don't really think that they really changed them that much, their play style or anything like that. It's just, I don't know.
I think I made I'm thinking of a little faction list because we got 6 factions we play. I'm not gonna rank Space Marines because we only play them once, but of the 6 we have, I think Imperial Guard would be above Demons and Tyranids. Somewhere, yeah, it'd definitely be above Demons and Tyranids. So they're kind of middle of the pack. There.
Well, I would say so, but Tyranids, I think it could also definitely determine on the rolling with Imperial Guard. You could roll your way into a Tyranid loss for sure.
Well, let's move on to the Tyranids since I've already mentioned.
Oh no, hold on. Well, the next one I had on the list was Necrons because just how the way I saved the pictures on my computer.
Oh, okay. Now let's go then that way. Yeah, I'll follow your lead.
So, Necrons, I feel like with them, other than a lot of the big changes, like we're going to talk about later with like the unit abilities and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I feel like they did. They didn't really. They changed them in a more interesting way, where it's more about the resurrection, the survivability, turning them really more into that like undead army that I guess kind of felt like they're supposed to be, but
yeah.
And their shooting and stuff. It is interesting now that the gauze cans are doing just a flat 6 damage. It's pretty neat. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of their stuff really seems kind of like hit or miss now. A lot of their like weirder units we have really seem kind of pointless.
Well, I would say of the weirder units we have, like I think the Wraiths, they're the ones I think that got kind of nerfed the most because they were actually pretty good in previous editions. Now they're a little less good.
Scarabs, kind of.
Scarabs? No, I think they did a good job with Necrons. I think Necrons is probably, Eldar's in a different stratosphere, but like Necrons and Chaos Space Marines, I think they both did a pretty good job with because. The way I judge this is, I like that they made the army rules and the detachment rules sort of, fit a theme, and so, like the whole idea of they have leaders for your unit, and those leaders can buff the squads, and then kind of all the rules in the army and the data sheets at least, they all sort of kind of play with that mostly, so it doesn't feel like that's a good and a bad thing. It's good for making more powerful units. But it's a bad thing in a way that you feel like you're handicapped if you don't do that. So if you don't add a leader now to your squad of warriors, they're all hitting on 4-ups, and they're all, they don't have access to the resurrection orb or something like that. So it feels like, why would you do that? But maybe there are reasons, but I like Necrons this edition. I think they did a good job. Resurrection, reanimation protocols, it's always been a really tough thing to do right. it's not so bad, honestly. I thought it was going to be worse because it was about keeping the unit alive, which has always been the problem with animation protocols. But that honestly doesn't seem so bad this edition. It's kind of hard to wipe out a 20-man warrior squad in one turn, actually.
Yeah, I mean, other than I mean, I think they're fun to play. You know, they got a good play style and stuff, and they're a good army. You know, like definitely they did a good job there. I just wish that they did. I mean, like you said, maybe they will when they add more stuff, but like give them more things you can kind of do than just like the 20-man warrior squad is I mean, it makes sense and stuff like that, but it'd be cool to kind of try to like if there was an army build to do that with like I don't know, like flayed ones or destroyers or something like that. But I'm sure that'll come later.
Well, that's another. I mean, that's part of the overall conversation we're going to have. I think about leaders, and sort of how because leaders can only join certain units, and then they're kind of crafted to be in those units. So it's like you're kind of already paying for them to be part of that squad. And if you don't do that, you sort of lose out on something you're supposed to be taking. So yes, it does feel like this edition because it is. They're planning on releasing more books later, right? With more detachments.
If you're a Necron player, go out and buy all the Lord models you can find. You're gonna need them.
I'm imagining. I don't know if this will actually happen, but I imagine the next when they get a book for Necrons, the detachments will have something like maybe a kind of canoptic detachment. Maybe they'll have a detachment for I don't know vehicle-based stuff, things like that. So you won't feel like if you're not doing max squads, you're losing out because it also means MSU, so minimum size units. There's no reason to take those because you have to include a leader, and why not bring the full size unit? You'll get the benefit from leader that way. But maybe they'll have things for not taking leaders. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm hopeful with that front. I think they did a pretty good job there. I feel like there's a lot of units we haven't even used yet that I think could be fun to use, like I love the Annihilation Barge. I don't know why, but I really like that model. Can't wait to use it because now it does mortal wounds. It splashes mortal wounds as part of its ability. So.
Yeah, like so with the Ghost Arc or whatever, you can't heal more models, right? Like you can't do the Resurrection Orb thing at the end of your turn as well with that or something.
The Ghost Arc, which I haven't used it yet.
Yeah, that's the transport. It gives you like unless you do another reanimation. But I was wondering.
Yeah, it says once per phase. We mean as
it probably doesn't let you do 2 a turn, right?
I don't think there's any limit on that. It just says the same Necron warrior can't be selected for this ability more than once per phase. But that ability is Ghost Arc's ability.
I think you want to stack that too on top of something.
I mean, I think the problem with that is that at a certain point, there's kind of diminishing returns. You make a unkillable warrior blob. The problem is it doesn't do any damage. So I mean, a smart opponent would just be like, I don't care anymore.
Either they can kill it in one turn or they can't.
And if you spend, it's a lot of points actually to add a Ghost Arc, to add a Reanimator, to have a Lord or two, a Lord in there with a Resurrection, what's it called, Resurrection Orb. Yeah, there's a lot to add in there and of course Technomancer or whatever one you want to add to the squad. After a while, that's why people are on the competitive list are using more Lich Guard because they're actually usable. I mean, they can actually deal damage and sit in the middle of the table and be a threat as opposed to just being a blob of dudes that get slaughtered. So we'll see.
And so, speaking of a well-balanced one, we'll move on to something the opposite of that. We'll move on to Eldar.
Yeah, poor Eldar.
But I mean, they just did. I think I just saw a video today about how they balanced one or two of the things with Eldar, but we haven't had. We only had one game really with Eldar so far.
They totally balanced Eldar. They made Phantasm now, so it only applies, or so it can't be used on aircraft.
So it's all safe now. It's
all better now. Yeah, their army is. If anything, it's probably too weak. I'd say. I mean, that was obviously a broken.
It's about the Wraith cannons, I think.
No, that update they didn't do anything to the Wraith. Oh no, they're right. They did update it. I didn't even remember that they did it with the Wraith Guard, but apparently Wraith Guard got pistol when they have an ability where they can shoot again if they got shot or something like that.
Really? Jeez.
I have all the data sheets and stuff up, because I've been kind of pulling them up. Because I figured, why not have it up?
I hear the furious clicking.
Yeah, there you are, the Wraith. Because I don't remember all these abilities. I mean, we have to talk about that, but last ability. Yes, because War Constructs, after it's been targeted by an attack, not even if it's...
not even if it was hit.
Anything. It's just as if it's been targeted. You can shoot as if it's your shooting phase.
It's fucking Eldar, man.
And doing so, this weapon is counted as a pistol. So that meant that you could do that in melee. So if you're targeted by a melee attack, it would work as well. So they got rid of that function of its ability. So now I guess you can throw dudes at it in combat and be safe from being shot in the face by a wraith cannon. I mean, we've already talked about this in the past, but obviously the Eldar, the rules are just kind of too good. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the game, you know, I wish the game would be less focused on lethality and just annihilating your opponent. And Eldar special rules are just about that, just about basically crushing or destroying something.
Assuredly.
Yeah, exactly. Guaranteeing to destroy something, which, I don't know, I mean...
It's not even like they only have like 1 or 2 things with devastating wounds. You've got your options if you want to pick, you know, something to use that 6 on.
I know. Oh, they got quite a few. Well, not just all the Wraith Cannon weapons, but I think they've got some melee ones too, I think, right? Is it the Striking Scorpions might even have devastating wounds or something like that? I mean, people are saying that there's other data sheets that are still really good in the Eldar that haven't even been explored yet.
Because you don't need to.
But yeah, when I've looked at it though, I don't know. I always felt like the aspect wars just are kind of boring now.
Yeah.
It's weird because they did add special rules for them, but I felt like they lost more special rules than they were added back or something like that. So I don't know. They just don't feel that interesting to use. Yeah, Striking Scorpions do have devastating wounds. The Mandy Blasters, that's what they do.
I mean, I could see maybe on a board with no terrain and Eldar gets second turn, maybe they'd have a problem. You know,
Yeah, they're supposed to be. Well, that's the thing. They're supposed to be what, like the quick, nimble they're elf race, right? So they're supposed to be able to like, if they want to survive, they gotta not be hit first or not be hit at all. So if they got two it's about moving, and one moves again in your turn, and the other one moves in your opponent's turn. So you can do all shenanigans with that to stay out of range. So I mean,
yeah, and the like, you know, your base characters are good. You know, your Autarch giving you a command point, and the Farseer letting you just. I don't know. Just overall, I feel like it's pretty easy to take though. You know, to take them and not really have to worry about like, you know, some of the stuff like with we haven't gotten to like Chaos Space Marines yet, but like, you know, you could take some of them and really not use them to full effect. But I see how it would be hard with Eldar really to fuck it up.
Well, I mean, there's some. I think like the Guardians are pretty squishy models. You know, they just
yeah, but they're basically just there to hold a point and to protect your Farseer, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
right.
just ablative wounds for the Farseers. I know, but the thing is, like,
just hide somewhere.
they got rid of what they call the Rangers from Battle Line. They're no longer like troop units anymore, and so I felt like, you know, that I don't know, the way the leader works in the Eldar army, I feel like is kind of weird. You know, Farseers can only join Guardians or Seer Councils, and the Autarchs can only join Guardians. And
Why can't the Autarchs join like Banshees and Striking Scorpions and stuff like that?
Only the Phoenix Lords can join their respective aspect warrior squad, which is kind of dumb because then you got, like, for example, like the most obvious one is you have the Autarch in the jet bike, and he can't join it. He can't join Singing Spears, right?
Yeah.
So
it's like the winged Tyrant Prime, right?
Yeah, exactly. All they can join are the regular Guardian, the Wind Run Riders, or whatever they're called, which are like they're shooting units. So why would you want a dude with a lance and a melee weapon just hanging out there? It's just, I don't know. And that's again, no, go ahead.
But just I don't know. Just overall, I mean, like you said, we only played one game with them, but I have a feeling that even the next games we play, we're gonna see that they're probably just still pretty strong. So, and they're probably gonna be for a while.
You're gonna have to try not to to overtune them when we play with a list with them, I think, you know. So obviously don't spam all the bright lances in the world,
which is so hard because you don't pay the point premium anymore.
I know. I mean, I think that some of the models, like for example the Wraith Lord, I think is a pretty good price. 160 points is a lot, and he does do a lot, but he's not, I don't think, oppressive necessarily. And, you know, I don't know, it just seems like I don't know. And they have rerolls. They have reroll to hit into a wound just baked in to their data. No, not data sheet, but I think that's their their detachment ability.
To every unit, right?
Yeah. So it's like
you're all these bright lances. You got a free reroll as well as your strand dice.
Which is like, why would you want to take scatter lasers? You know, when you could take a bright lance and got a reroll to hit and to wound. I mean, obviously that works so much better with the Bright Lance than it ever will with the Scatter Laser with its, 6 shots or something.
On your Fire Prism. I mean, you guaranteed those hits.
I mean,
Your
try the
poor Pure Guard player is like, I hope I get one.
I hope I get a 4.
Yeah.
Please. I'll never get a 4 all game long. I'll never hit one.
Oh.
I know. And then the other just like, yeah, maybe I'll use my Fate dice. I gotta use them eventually. And I got a 3 on my Fate dice. I might as well just use it to hit because why would I want to risk that, or something like that. Which they would never do, obviously, because you want to save your Fate dice for damage profile or the wound roll or something. No. But still. Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh.
Yeah, move on.
Next one. This picture's really tiny, but whatever. The demons. Anything to say about the demons?
Oh yeah, I got a lot to say about demons.
Oh, shit.
All these factions. What are you talking about?
Not much to
You
say
know who
about
you're
the
talking to?
demons?
Yeah. Well, first of all, this is kind of are we gonna talk about NIDs next, or is it gonna be Chaos?
Chaos Space Marines next, then we'll do nids.
Well,
Joe's
anyway.
really waiting around them nids.
No, but the point is, demons and NIDs both suffer from the same problem, which is that their factions are based around Battle Shock, which we haven't talked about yet. Battle Shock being the new leadership,
Yeah.
basically leadership test. And the demons, yeah, like their ability about resurrect or gaining wounds based on their leadership, which is not even has to be done in your Shadow of the Warp, or what do they call it, or their whatever that thing's called.
Yeah.
Their zone. And so it's not even a guaranteed thing, but because of the fact that you can bring back models with it if you have one wound models, or is it just battle line units? I think it's
Just battle line. So
Battle
the
line?
Plague Barrows, I think they count for.
But anyway, the point is that they that jacks up the cost for those battle line units because it feels like they expect you to be doing that, right? With sitting in your what's it called? I think it's Shadow of Chaos, I guess is what it's called.
Shadow of Chaos, yeah.
Yeah, so you're shitting in this. You're sitting in your shadow, and you're like, come on, hit me so I can resurrect some models. But
But they're going to shoot at the ones in No Man's Land because they don't have the Shadow of the Warp and they want to stop you from getting it.
Or if they're smart, they take it over first and then shoot you or something like that, where they make sure that you don't have it. Or I mean, there's things obviously they can't do about it, but it just feels like that's built into their costs. Also, they can do mortal wounds if they fail a battle shock test, but even a -1 to the test for most units, still not very likely that they're going to pass or they're not going to fail their battle shock test, right?
No.
So it just feels like it's kind of until battle shock's made better. It feels like it's kind of useless at the point, or at least they're paying for something that they might not be using all the time. And that's why I feel the problem with demons is that makes I think a lot of their battle line units kind of unusable. Like demonettes, I want demonettes to be good, but they got toughness of 3 and they got a 5-up invuln. They're gonna immediately die as soon as they're looked at. If they don't kill whatever they attack, they die.
They have to be afraid of Imperial Guardsmen, it's not a good and they're more expensive. You can get like 2 squads of Imperial Guardsmen, can't you, for that?
I know, it's insane. Even Bloodletters are the same, but with toughness 4, which is not enough. So, I mean, I know that they have semi-reliable ways of getting them into combat, I suppose. I mean, I think you can deep strike within 6 inches or something if it's in your warp or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So, and there's a couple stratagems as well for deep striking, so that's supposed to be their thing, which I get. That makes sense. But, I mean, I don't know. If you're going to just do that and deep strike stuff to kill things, why would you want a Bloodletter squad when you can just throw in Blood Crushers or, better yet, a demon, what's it called? What's the guy called? Not the Bloodthirster. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why, of course, the best ones are the Monster Mash list so far, which I feel like is, I don't know, it seems like the least fun I would want to play against is a Monster Mash list.
I mean, it's just like, here's my army. I got like 4 different models.
5 models.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which I guess would be like playing a Knights player or something, but
yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like you're missing out on really playing the army.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of this demonic horde. It's kind of cool, like blue horrors, having like a horror swarm. I think the pig horrors are actually the best battle line units they have. Or having this shambling thing of, the Nurgle, which Nurgle is also pretty terrible, I think. And it's just...
Which, for raising, like, toughnesses and everything, you think they would have just, I don't know, raised Nurgle's toughness to make it somehow work? I don't know, but...
Yeah, like we've already alluded to, the whole toughness dynamic being changed. Like, they gave Plague Bearers toughness of 5, right? And 2 wounds, and a 5-up invuln save. Now, you can remind me, what the previous edition, I think, were they toughness 5? What was it previous edition?
Toughness 5, 2 wounds, but they had a 4-up at range.
So if anything, they got worse this
Yeah.
edition. They got less tough when a lot of weapons, some weapon strength went up, not necessarily all of them, but still, some things went up to balance out the increase of toughness. Plague Bearers, if they want to do something interesting, yeah, why not make them like toughness 6 or 7 with a 5-up invuln save and 2 wounds, and just make them like that kind of tough unit, you know?
Well, and the way the demon special ability worked last phase was, or last edition, you had the 8 dice or whatever, right? And you're rolling, and if you get 5 warp charge dice, you can do that thing where everything heals like D3 models. And it's like you were way closer to getting that ability of healing your troops in last edition than you are now, really, it feels like. Especially because the one stratagem they do have only gives you a guaranteed shadow of the warp, whatever, in around one one capture point or whatever. It's not even like for a whole side at least.
Yeah, that would be nice if they just guaranteed the middle, let's say the middle of the board edge or something.
Or you pick one for, like, 2 command points or something. Or something, point it so it's actually... Because other than that, it's like, okay, so around 1 point, so I can save 1 squad or something, or hopefully, instead of, I don't know.
And I also feel like problem with is that
they're a melee army too, which is fucked.
Yeah, obviously a problem. This edition's made melee a lot worse. Mostly because I think they didn't increase. Like Plague Bearers are still hitting on strength 4. Sure, they got lethal hits, but still, I mean.
And they're hitting on 4-ups.
Yeah, they're hitting on 3-ups. It says.
It does. Okay.
Yeah. But still, they got lethal hits, weapon skill 3, but 2 attacks. So squad of 10. You're not doing that much at strength 4 and AP 1.
No.
I don't know. I mean, they're not meant to, I suppose, but they're also not living very long either. So I'm not sure what they're meant to do. We were going to talk probably more about it, but the idea that...
Hello? Joe? Oh, lost him on the call. It said his free trial has ended. Oh, hold on. Let me try to call him. Hello?
You still there?
Hello?
Yeah, it said my free trial ended with Zoom. So...
Interesting.
Did you
But-
ever see that before?
No. It's working now, though? I guess, yeah.
I mean, is it gonna, like, maybe only let you have calls up to, what was that, half an hour at a time or something? I don't know, whatever. We can worry about that next time, but we'll see what happens.
Anyway, so...
Sorry about that.
Yeah, what were you saying?
I was gonna mention about the abilities, that each unit has to have abilities now.
Oh,
And,
well, that's
so-
a whole topic we can get to at the
Yeah.
end, because that's a...
Yeah, okay, go ahead. We can carry on.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to get through. Because Chaos Space Marines, like, I feel like Demons, they kind of flavorfully, they did some all right things with them, but I feel like they're really struggling, maybe for other reasons than specifically the rules they gave them. Chaos Space Marines, I feel like they did a really just good overall job with them. Their flavor is pretty nice with their, dark packs and whatnot.
I agree.
Maybe one thing would be a criticism would be the amount of bookkeeping and stuff. If you're giving everything different marks, like, oh my god, unless you're painting that on your models or you're getting tokens, that can be a little much. But they made most of their units pretty good. Like, they still didn't correct the Venom Crawler if they're ever going to, but if they don't, like, just get it for the shooting.
I mean, they updated a lot of weapons today, and they didn't update the Venom Crawler.
Yeah,
I checked
right.
Did I mention? But they did update. For example, we didn't mention it in Imperial Guard, but you know how was it the Taurus, the vehicle thing had like a strength 8 frag missile?
Yeah.
They did that to strength 4, so clearly that was a mistake.
Oh man.
I know.
How could they even make that error? Well, they also fixed the 2 model problem too for the weapon.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, right. They did. Yep. So yeah, I guess the Venom Crawler is supposed to be a shooting platform now with 12 shots.
I mean, Chaos is, from the games we played, they're pretty good because they can be pretty shooty. And as they're not terrible in close combat, it makes them kind of a decent overall because, when they come at you, you can still fight them off in close combat.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the data sheets, there's not many of them that are bad. I mean, I think the only one that's really bad is probably just spawns, and that's not even really.
Yeah, what is with that? They're like 80 points or something? What?
Because they come in squads, units of 2 now, because the box has 2 of them in it. So
But they
apparently, yeah.
They could make them
Maybe
cost
the
40 points and barely anyone would take them.
I know. Didn't they cost like 20 points last edition?
25 or, yeah, 20 or something. Like,
And they were okay then, but yeah, they're garbage, unfortunately. But everything else, pretty much, even like things like the aspiring champion stuff and the lords, different versions of the lords, they all seem like I could imagine times where I want to take them, you know, and sorcerers and stuff. So I feel like they did a good job, and their detachment ability, or at least their is there attachment ability to Slave to Darkness? Okay, that's the thing with the marks. Weird. Okay.
yeah.
Anyway, that stuff all the units pretty much utilize it, and they have abilities that kind of work with it pretty much. So, yeah, it feels like a actually well thought out army, you know, with all the parts that fit together. So yeah, good job there.
Which is weird because
Well,
some
like,
of them
again-
feel more than others, but you don't usually feel like they would put that much love into Chaos, but I guess they did.
I know it kind of comes and goes. Sometimes they screw Chaos over. Other times they do a pretty good job. I mean, like, again, go back to demons for a second. You know, with their demonic stuff, it doesn't feel like a lot of the actual or all their abilities that maybe are affected by their Shadow of the Warp thing or whatever it's called. Not the Shadow of the Warp, but anyway, all their abilities, they just like maybe change the leadership by 1 or make them do a leadership test or something like that. And I think it would be much more interesting if a lot of abilities were like, this unit gets to reroll hits if it's within the shadow, or it gets, you know, I don't know, +1 to its toughness if it's within your Shadow of Chaos or something like that. So
They couldn't do that, Joe. They had to take other abilities that already existed for other armies and just transplant them over.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like that would make just give a thematic feel to the army. You know, I feel like you're actually.
But they did it
Doing-
with certain things like the Hellbrute, right?
Well, for the Chaos Space Marines, yeah, the
Yeah.
Hellbrute now.
For some things they did it, but for the Demon Army, it feels like they just don't entirely care that much about the Demon Army. Which
Yeah, and also like Demon Army's like 4 different armies into one. This is also kind of weird. The different gods, so I don't know, but
Well-
yeah, good even.
I mean, I get it before. It seemed like it could work out well where one is like, what, you've got Corn is supposed to be your close combat, you know, you got your defensive, your quick, and your psychic or whatever. But
Yep.
but anyway, we'll move on past Chaos Space
Yeah.
Marines because there's not much to say there because I think they're just good overall. Kind of like Necrons where, you know, they fit what they're supposed to do and the models are all pretty decent. So you really
They
can't
don't have
screw up.
not too many bad options. I feel like you're really handicapping yourself when you're taking it. It feels like, yeah, you can take it and it actually could succeed and work. You know?
Now, Tyranids, what do you think?
Tyranids are a tough one. I felt like Tyranids are a lot more. Let me say. Again, they're like demons. They're an army where their rules are around battle shock. At least half their rules are around battle shock. Talking about the Shadow of the Warp, that's the actual one. And that's kind of a shame that even that the Shadow of the Warp, which is not even the tactical rule, that's their army rule. It's pretty much negated. It's pretty much useless. And when it comes to demons, it's actually a detriment to your army. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like that's kind of a feel bad. And Synapse as well is supposed to be good, but it's actually kind of bad because now it kind of forces you to keep your guys together. And because they already have low leadership anyway, that 3d6 isn't as good as it sounds. You know, when you're. I mean, actually, what is the leadership of most of these guys? Leadership 7.
That's only
8
like
total.
one above a Space Marine.
Yeah, I know, but no, 6 with 2d6. The 6 is actually pretty good. I'm not sure what the math is of a 3d6 for an 8 plus, but I'm assuming it's at least comparable. And if it's comparable, then you're really not getting a good benefit, honestly. Right? You're just staying about even with Space Marines or other armies. And I mean, their detachment rule about the hyper adaptations is a nice idea. But
I like
again-
that the most, you know.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that is, again, looking at Chaos Space Marines, right? Where just pretty much every unit can have sustained hits on, or lethal hits, or whatever.
Yeah, true that
But
and
the
something else.
units now have to pick before the game starts, and they're stuck with certain types of units that attacks. Either get lethal hits, sustained hits, or precision. It feels like, again, you can't really build around it. You kind of have to just hope it'll do something during the game. And,
Yeah.
And that's it, right? Maybe precision's the best one to go with, honestly, maybe. Huh?
Well, if you're fighting Necrons, that would be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
But it only works on a critical hit, too. Just like, Just, I mean, maybe that'd be too good. Just give him precision, but
Everything, yeah, precision.
yeah, I guess that would be too
The
good.
gaunts just swarm the lore. Just every time.
But again, like Tyranids have they have such cool models. You know that new box set has some great models in there, and
Yeah, some of the
Yeah.
stuff doesn't quite feel, kind of like with demons, where it maybe doesn't feel quite pointed properly.
yeah,
You know, they
agreed.
could be a little bit cheaper, or things could be a little bit better.
Mhm.
Like the
Well, like, again-
warriors, I don't know. Like they're okay, but like last time, you get your cannons and whatnot, but if they're really not getting that many shots.
No, the Warriors. I mean, it's like sort of the problem I mentioned before. Like for example, the Venom Cannon used to be kind of its anti-tank weapon. Now it's pitiful anti-tank. What, it's a strength 8, AP 2 damage or something, or maybe not even that. Maybe AP 1. Let's see, where are you Warriors? They're not even, of course, Vegetarian Warriors. Yeah, it's strength 9, AP 2 damage. That's not enough. That's not anti-tank.
Two
That's
damage. Yeah.
maybe anti like Terminator Space Marines. I guess it's anti Space Marine basically profile. But I don't know, it kind of lost its purpose, I suppose, and also its ability is kind of useless. Fall back and shoot.
Yeah.
And I don't know, and also it's toughness 5, 3 wounds. When everything else went up in toughness, it just feels like it's still too easy to kill. And maybe if they're really low cost, but as they are now, I mean, the last list I saw that was doing pretty good was basically just spamming gaunts, and that feels like you're probably your best bet. Just to spam gaunts.
And try to heal them. And I mean,
Yeah.
what do they have for like? I mean, last time we played, I tried to use some of the buffs and stuff, but last edition they had the zoanthrope thing. You could give what, like your monsters and your lesser creatures like 5-up invulns on the first turn or something like that. And so like, where can you really get your invuln saves here? From
I mean, they get a 6-up one, but you're dependent on being within 6 inches of a
6 inches, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And things like Hormagaunts obviously are not going to be anywhere nearby. Maybe your Termagants will be nearby them, but I mean, I feel like the problem with that kind of stuff is you don't want to be restricted movement-wise. The game's built around the movement phase, I think, and the shooting phase, of course, too. But feeling like, well, I have to get to this point, but I'll move out of the 6-inch range because my zoanthrope only moves, whatever, 6 inches or something like that, and these guys move 8 or 10. It feels like you feel like you want to, you're feeling conflicted from actually playing the game. You want to keep your guys safe, but then you have to actually move your guys in there, and you're gonna make some bad choices, thinking, oh, I'm not gonna take that point. I'm gonna keep him back and keep him in aura range of all these aura dudes I got, which is probably not what you should do. You should just throw them at the point and let them die, because 6+ feel no pain, the 6+ invuln save is not gonna cut it anyway. So
Yeah. And Tyranid should be one of those armies where, I don't know, like some of their stuff, should feel like a little bit tougher, where it should be able to survive one turn out of cover. Because that's kind of, I don't know, but a lot of the stuff doesn't feel like, the Carnifexes, they're going to die. What, they got, how many, 9 wounds? I don't know.
yeah. Did they have the minus tough damage, or what has
Nope.
that? No, just a Termagon? What's that thing? No, the Tyrannoflex.
Tranaflex, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's got that -1 damage. You're right. The Carnifexes have got toughness 9, 2-up save, and 8 wounds. That's a dreadnought. Well, that's not even a dreadnought. Probably Space Marine dreadnoughts are better than that. That's
Yeah.
like a Hellbrute.
Space
basically.
Dreadnoughts, I mean, true, we don't have like one with guns on it and stuff, but even if we did have a Carnifex with guns, I highly doubt its shooting would do anything. I mean, is it hitting on 3-ups?
Nope, 4s.
Yeah, like at least
And
the
its ability is like ability to move closer to them, right? The blistering assault thing.
Because at least like your Hellbrute is gonna have an aura that's gonna help, and it can be shooting a multi-melter or a plasma cannon at 3-ups or something at least.
Yeah, I've never seen a post about the Screamer Killer Carnifex. People are asking what they do with them. And mostly they just run them at something and die.
You try to
But
hide
they-
around cover and hopefully get in combat.
Yeah, they're too expensive. They're what, 180 points is way too much. They should be definitely like 150 or something.
Yeah, you just run it as a Carnifex.
You could. I mean, I think they're gonna get reduced in points soon enough because they just aren't. They got toughness 9, 10 wounds as opposed to what, toughness 9 and 8 wounds was that Carnifex. And it's still, I mean, because lascans and anti-tank weapons are going to be ubiquitous, they're going to get melted. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of weapons that can deal like 2d6 damage or something. I don't think this is one of those to hit you. one Wraith Cannon or something like that, or 2 las cannons and it's done, basically. I mean, 2 las cannons, I think, on average, would kill it easily. So,
But overall, I would say I don't know, I enjoy playing NIDS. I think they did a decent job with them. I just feel like a couple things need to be maybe pointed properly for them to just be at the level of Chaos Space Marines or something like that,
I think also talking about the lethality of the game, I feel like it was inconsistently applied. Some armies, I feel like, went down in lethality, and other armies either stayed the same or went up. So Tyranids, I think, went down in lethality. I don't think they're nearly as lethal as they were previous edition. Again, looking at the Hive Tyrant, used to be like, I mean, do you remember the relic weapon the Hive Tyrant could have in 9th edition?
Was it 5 damage shots?
Strength 15, like 5 AP and 5 damage. I mean, are you kidding me? That is like
And now, it's not even, you don't have access to that. It's nothing in the army has that kind of shooting power.
Absolutely, I know. It's so, I feel like, yeah, Tyranids took a major hit in their damage profile, and while other armies like Eldar didn't. Chaos Space Marines actually, I think, got boosted because of their Dark Pacts, really increased their damage potential.
Yep.
But things like Demons, I feel like, got reduced. Field Guard, I think, got reduced.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Not sure, actually, about Necrons.
Yeah, it's kind of hit or miss there, because the Lords kind of make them all a little bit better, but they're still not that killy, and, I don't know.
Well, the fact that the Lords are pretty much, what do they call it, untargetable, while they're melee like that, it makes them really good. The fact that you just pretty much got like 3 or 4 Wraith Warside attacks just in your blob of warriors actually makes quite a difference when the warriors can kill nothing.
Well, let's move on to, I guess, since we're already talking about it, we'll kind of move on to some of the rules now and talk about, because I guess that's kind of on the subject of like the toughness changes.
Yeah.
And the lethality and everything, if we want to discuss that next.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll show my rule book off of the camera.
The toughness. I mean, I think that was a great idea. I think that's what they had to do, because in previous edition, I believe it was, wasn't it limited to 9 or 10 or something like that? The toughness had a max, and
10,
they wouldn't go beyond it. Was it 10?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they went beyond it in this edition, but I feel like they they weren't consistent maybe in expanding the profile of the weapons to match it. If that makes sense. Like, case in point is the issue with multi-Melta and Melta in general, being strength 9 when most of its targets, if it's an anti-tank weapon, are, toughness 10 or 11
or something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, multi-Meltals were great at killing monoliths or something. Now, multi-Melta's gonna be lucky to damage a monolith or something to that extent, so...
Yeah, you would think there are certain things where they should be put in the right way where, like a multi-Melta, you should be rolling 3s or 4s at least, right? And
yeah, so they could give it anti-tank, right? Or anti-vehicle.
Oh, yeah, you're right, they could.
Yeah, and honestly, that the anti-keyword, or whatever it's called, USR, it's a good idea, and I don't think they've utilized it quite yet, because, they should have some things that are low strength, but anti-vehicle, or anti-monster, or anti-character, or something like that. Have more access to those things. Again, like, the potential is there, I just don't think they put enough thought behind it to actually, utilize it. Because again, like, the whole point, I thought, of increasing the toughness was to make it so that the weapons were supposed to be good against their certain profiles they're supposed to be good against. In the previous edition, basically one weapon would just dominate. Like, multi-Melta was the best just in general, and plasma guns were generally just good in general against everything. So I feel like what they're trying to do is to make it so, yeah, like, plasma guns are for killing Space Marine or whatever units. Multi-Meltas should be good against vehicles, I suppose. But then las cannons are also good against vehicles. But yeah, so I think that's what they need to have a more something in mind when they're making these weapon profiles, like exactly what kind of targets are supposed to be good against. I mean, we don't really have many really high strength but low AP weapons. That would be kind of interesting to have, or the opposite, low strength, high AP weapons, kind of mix and match. Or like, I don't know, like low strength, high damage weapons, or they have 3 different things they can mess around with in their profiles to make some sort of unique combinations to deal with certain specific targets. The point, I guess, is just not to make it so that one kind of weapon is just good against everything, basically. Yeah. And I think we're still kind of there, I think,
Well, with the
Last can. Yeah, sorry.
lethal hits.
Yeah. No, devastating wounds. You mean, right? Or
Well,
no?
lethal hits too. I mean, right?
Yeah.
You could just
Like,
chip
move-
through anything with your wounds.
Yeah, but I think lethal hits. So if they limited lethal hits to only weapons that had low AP, then it wouldn't be so bad, right? Because, you know, you'd still be saving on 2s and 3s. Because that's another thing they did, I think, was with the vehicles. Most of the vehicles now have 2-up saves, mostly, right? The big tanks.
A lot of them.
So bolter fire is really ineffective against large tanks, which I get is the point. They want to do that. That's a good idea. But at the same time, I don't know, like, I think it's the Chaos Space Marines, the Forge Fiend. It's got kind of like a plasma gun kind of weapon that's got, I think, Strength 8, AP 3 damage. And that seems to be like that perfect profile for just dealing with everything, right?
Yeah.
Where high enough where it can wound Space Marines on 2s. AP3 is like things are saving up 5-ups most of the time, or with cover. 3 damage is like killing Terminators individually. So they really need to make those kind of weapons, I think, very rare or very limited somehow. I mean, I know they've got what's that ability? Hazardous, I think, to it, but still, I mean.
You know what also they could do that would actually probably help everybody out? Is just make a universal strat for -1 damage.
Well, they have it,
That'd
but
help.
it's got to be best for Space Marines and terrible for Chaos Space Marines. So,
It's just, well, they got the -1 AP, but they should have a
you
-1
mean
damage
-1
thing for
damage.
everybody to use. You know, because like limiting them per faction, because that's the big thing too. Is like some of these things, yes, the damage 3 or the damage 2, and not being able to control that, just wiping out big chunks of your army. But if they're trying to really reduce lethality, making certain stratagems, like if they just made a +1 to your save stratagem, -1 damage or -1 AP or whatever, these stratagems for everyone to use, then universally that would help, I think, with survivability of those particular units that you need.
yeah, that's a good point actually. Because we haven't really talked about the change to stratagems, how they got rid of a lot of stratagems.
And CP.
And CP, yeah, and now made it so there's basically like 6 stratagems per army, and I think there's 10 or something generic ones. But of those generic stratagems, there's basically only 2 of them that are defensive, maybe? Is it
Yeah.
just the go to ground and the smoke launchers? Is there another one? I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I mean maybe
Yeah,
there's
so if they
another
wanna
one, but
reduce lethality, I feel like that's where, they can add stratagems to make it so that things are tougher to kill. I mean, like the go to ground is pretty much useless. I mean, everything's got cover.
hey, I saved those warp talons with it.
Did you now? I'm just
Yeah.
saying 1 maybe. Did you get
Yeah,
6?
+1 to my save.
I mean, yeah. So if you drop something in the middle of the open with no place to cover them, I guess that could come in handy there. But I don't know. I just don't think it's
It's not worth it for 1 CP, especially, I mean, because coming from last edition where you started the game with a pool of CP sometimes, right? And you knew you were going to get some during the game. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes you actually do need that CP, and you're sitting there like, oh shit, because I don't know. They made some decent stratagems, but they basically made it now that, which I get why, but again, limiting kind of the things you can do where the stratagems you want to use, you're going to use every turn pretty much. You know what I mean? Like the Tyranids, you're doing your Endless Swarm one pretty much every turn, and so you're saving your CP for that.
Yeah. Or, for example, the Chaos Space Marine Dark Obfuscation one. Which is like, we haven't really used it yet, but that's apparently like one of the best stratagems in the game. Because basically, if you're within 12 and they target you, you can basically say nope, and they have to change your target to something else.
Rapid Ingress.
Rapid Ingress is also, really, really good. But luckily you get stratagem in their turn, right? So you can, CP in their turn, so you don't have to save up for it.
But like I said, that's another one where you're saving that CP. You're going to get in their turn for that. So it's like, it doesn't really, I mean, of course, unless you're building for it, getting that free CP, it doesn't really feel like you have CP to really mess around with to help your army when you need it. It's already kind of feels like a lot of it's already allotted for.
Yes. So one thing, so we can talk about this actually. The new mission deck, I think, has an actual benefit to this because now you can remove one of the secondary mission cards and get extra CP that way. Now that's not in addition to the cap that you have normally, but still, it's nice that there's other ways to get CP that some armies don't have access to, like ways to generate CP. So because it's so limited and it's a limited resource, I'm glad that they thought of other ways that CP can be given instead of just, he's a commander, he gives out free one or something. And yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. Honestly, that's my general consensus of 10th edition is like a lot of good ideas, but kind of went off half-cocked, you know.
Mm.
Could have done better. Like the strats thing was a great idea. Like a lot of the strats they have in all the different codexes are all very meaningful. When they reduced them to 6 or whatever per codex or per index. So that's a great idea, and that worked out well. But it still feels like a lot of them are still kill more strats or broken stratagems like the Eldar ones. Where, like, of course you'd be using them every turn. Why would you not?
Or the demon ones or whatever, or where you're like,
Yeah.
am I going to use any of these except for the one I get to reroll my ones for saves? Like, obviously I'm saving for that.
The other one's not that good. Like, oh, you can bring some more dudes back, but like again, the Elder one is, I can move my model after you've moved yours. Like, how good is that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's like game breaking almost.
Tyranid they need something like the Chaos Space Marine have, where like you could pick a unit that can advance and charge or something like that.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they have, but like that would be at least be useful because then you could try some shit with your Hunter Killer or whatever.
Oh, you mean with Tyranids? Yeah, because now you're pretty much relied on just rapid ingressing everything. If you really want to actually get them in combat, that's your best bet. I mean.
Okay, we'll move on to let's see. I guess from there we can move on to the universal keywords and stuff.
Yeah, another great idea. I mean, obviously, I should have done that a while back. Huh? I think we had them a while back, and they went wrong somehow. It was before or after we stopped playing for a while, when they had these. Apparently, they were broken at one point, but I mean, it seems like obvious because everyone talks about Deep Strike as Deep Strike, and Feel No Pains is Feel No Pains anyway. So now, one issue I have with the Universal Special Rules is, it feels like they're something different than abilities, you know, because you've mentioned a few times already, or if I've mentioned that every unit now has a special ability, but doesn't include the universal special rules they might have attached to them. So if they have like Scout or Deep Strike, that's not their special ability. Well, in previous editions, that kind of was their special ability, right?
Yep.
I mean, so now they gotta think of something else to add to them. Which, I mean, why can't they just not just have a unit that has Scout and that's their thing? That's good enough.
You know, I thought going through the data sheets, I thought there was one unit that stood out to me. I don't know if it was a Tyranid or an Eldar one that just did have like Scout and nothing else. I'm like, that's very strange.
Well, there's also some of the abilities are things that should be universal special rules too. You know, for example, like sticky objectives. That's the one where, you know, if you control objective, it stays under your control after you leave it.
Yeah.
That should just be a special rule. That should not be, or not. It should be a universal special rule, not a special ability for a unit. I mean, it feels like it's not like some units have it, and it's like they might as well have no special rules at all sometimes. I mean, it's good to have. It's not a bad thing, but I don't know. Just have it included, and if you want to give them something else, give them something else. But
and then sometimes it feels like because they can't double up on special rules, they got to give everything a special rule. I mean, something that stands out in my mind is like, okay, you got the Eldar Scouts, for example, which maybe would have a more, you know, like a sensible special rule of something like re-rolling your wound shots or something like that. Instead, they got like you get to move if somebody comes close to you, and some like. Does that really fit with what the hell they're supposed to be doing? It just felt like they didn't give anything else that yet.
Already got infiltrators and stealth. I mean, I know, yeah, it doesn't seem. I mean, it does kind of actually sound good when you.
Well, I know. It just feels like it doesn't really. I don't know. You know, it doesn't. Sometimes it feels like they just give things stuff because they need to give something, and they can't give something that's already been given to something else.
Yeah, Rangers would still be taken with that rule or without that rule. I mean, it doesn't really. If they're going to be taken, it's not because of that rule. That's like an extra added bonus. But in reality, what it is a rule that you're going to forget that they have, and that you're going to be like, God damn it! I knew I should have done something when they deep struck right, 9 inches away from me. I knew something I should have done. And that's the whole point of 9th edition, which I found frustrating, was that there's so many things you should have done that you should have remembered, but you forgot. And I was hoping 10th wouldn't be like that, but here we are. It kind of is.
Still feeling like that. How many times did I shoot things with the basilisk and I forgot -2 to your movement or something? You know?
Yep, exactly. I mean that doesn't really need it though. Honestly, basilisk is just a big, like, it's out of line of sight. It's supposed to be a thing, right? That
Venom Crawler doesn't need the +1 attack thing. Honestly, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's so dumb. It's like, who thought of that? It's like, yeah, give him. I mean,
gotta give it something.
Like, they gain a wound when it kills something. Isn't that kind of what it had last edition? some sort of ability when it.
It had a minus. It had the sorcery thing or something like that too, right? But
Yeah. Oh well, that's another thing too.
I know that's going to be on there. You want to talk about the psychic phase? Are you done with this yet?
We can go in the universal special rules a little more. I mean, again, it's a good idea, and I'm glad they did it, and I hope that they. We'll see. I guess they probably won't, but it would be nice if they added things to it. But they've already printed out the rule book, so I suppose they're not going to do that. But if this was a digital rule set, it would be kind of cool for them to update it as the game progressed in 10th edition and add things to it. Like for example, there's a lot of units that have abilities that the rest of the army doesn't get. What's it called? What's I say? When it shoots at a model or a unit, that unit doesn't get cover anymore against the rest of their army or something like that, right? I think every army has a unit that does that or something like that.
Or the unit has to take a battle shock test after.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like the battle shock, exactly. Or the -2 movement thing.
Yep.
Or -2 movement. That's so. Just add that to a, and then you kind of maybe you might remember that a bit more often. I don't know.
It does simplify the rules. It reminds me of back when we were playing. I think it was 7th edition or something like that, where you'd see, and it has rage and fearless or whatever, and we just were able to memorize those of knowing just what that meant. And it's like I guess I know that they're trying to get back to that or do that again, but
Well,
I don't know. I think it'll catch on. I think it would be fine. It's just if they could do some of the model things a little bit better, but.
Well, I think another thing I just thought about is with the abilities and universal special rules is like I'm looking at the Eldar Codex, for example, and all the aspect words are kind of singularly defined in what they're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
So like fire dragons are supposed to be anti-tank. They're anti-tank because they've got anti-tank weapons. Now, they don't need a special ability on top of that to make them more anti-tank, right? But they do, of course. They've got to give them that to make them even more anti-tank specific, even though that kind of is already built into their profile initially. Like same with sort of striking scorpions and banshees, because it's their weapon profile that kind of determined what their targets were supposed to be and their kind of role in the army. And so I feel like the fact that they now have to give abilities to benefit their role, that just creates things kind of even better at what they're supposed to be good at. Like case in point, what are those things? Not eliminators, eradicators, right? Oh god, I hate eradicators. I'm an eradicator hate team. They got rerolls everything. Why not just say pick a enemy unit, enemy monster or vehicle and remove it from the game? Like, why not just say that instead of rerolls all hits, wounds, and damage? Like, I don't know. I find that unfun in a way because it gives you an illusion almost like, oh, they might not succeed.
They have to roll really, really poorly for me to live.
I suppose they might not succeed.
Maybe I'll use go to ground. My 6 up invuln.
Well, basically, you're like, well, I better make my invuln saves because if I don't, I'm completely fucked. And that's I don't know. I feel like that's some feel bad moment potential there. So, but yeah, we can move on to the next thing you want to talk about.
Yeah, probably won't have to talk about it too long. Like a psychic phase. I mean, I kind of miss having the psychic phase. I felt like it added something. It'd be like if they got rid of the charge phase or something like that. It adds something to the game. Maybe it was an unnecessary level of complexity, but
it kind of was.
It added like a third kind of tier of units. Now it really is just like shooting and close combat units, and the psychic phase at least gave you another area to buff things, which I guess I get. They're going to put that in the command phase now, which.
Yeah, for me, honestly, I think I get why they got rid of the psychic phase, and it's not that big of a deal. But the thing that bothers me is that 40K, it's not really even a strategy game. It's like a role-playing game, in my opinion. The whole idea to try to make it less random and more sort of tournament-friendly or whatever they want to do with it, I think that's a big mistake. It should be kind of flavorful. The whole thing that makes a 40K fun and interesting is its flavor. So, yeah, sure, the psychic test was confusing, and it was feel bad for some armies that had no access to it.
Oh, boo-hoo, neck rounds.
Yeah, but it was also uniquely 40K, I mean, that was something that they need to at least, if they're going to get rid of
warp.
Add something to it to make it still feel like a psychic attack. Now it doesn't feel like a psychic attack at all. It's just a shooting attack or a psychic ability.
How great was Perils of the Warp? Come on, we loved that.
you do like super smites or something. I mean, yes, again, like this, and I think the most fun, in my opinion, with 40K is when you have these moments of just insanity where something crazy goes, because that is the universe. The universe is insane.
Yep.
This shit is not supposed to be like rational or predictable. It's like crazy stuff should be happening, and then that makes of course some frustrating moments. But can you really be like, wow, man, I failed or whatever. I blew my psyker up. Darn, that's a real feel bad moment. I mean, can't you be like, huh? The chances of that was very rare, and it somehow still happened.
And I liked mortal wounds, right? Mortal wounds being this thing that was maybe more relegated to the psychic phase because it was doing a kind of damage that couldn't just be easily avoided, like with shooting and stuff, you know. But now it's like with your psyker, it's like you might as well just take a guy with a Gatling gun instead or something, you know. And it takes away that kind of. Because another thing we're going to get into is list building, but it takes away that kind of added thought that you put into list building, right? Psychic was a thing you had to consider, and now, I mean, now it's just regular buffs they're going to have in their army. And
Why don't they make psychic attacks just deal damage and mortal wounds in general? Like, why not?
Yeah, I mean, and make them worse, and make them do that, right, or something.
They could just do that. I mean, then that would at least give them a. Then make devastating mortal wounds really rare otherwise to come by, basically.
I think they should be, you know?
They should be rarer. I mean, devastating wounds, I mean, we probably should have talked about that when it came to the Universal Special Rules, but devastating wounds is obviously a really strong ability. It's way stronger than lethal hits or sustained hits because, I mean, you can find ways of re-rolling wounds, and it makes things, if you add on other abilities to it, it can really snowball out of control, you know?
Yeah.
Like, look at basically what they call the possessed, you know, and they can reroll with the undivided, the mark of undivided, get rerolls to hits and wounds. So you basically get a bunch of hits, and then you just roll for your wounds to try to get, I think, 6s to lethal wound or to devastating wounds, and then it's doing 2 mortal wounds per 6 you get, and that can add up to a lot of mortal wounds, depending, of course, your rolls. But
yeah.
It just feels like that, and that's of course good against everything. You know, it doesn't matter if you're attacking a Lehman Russ, attacking a Monolith, or a whole bunch of guardsmen. That's gonna be just good. Period.
Because it's predicated on your rolling. It's not predicated on really the stats of your model. It's about how many 6s you get.
Yeah,
Because
I don't know. I just always felt that mortal wounds was a difficult thing because we didn't play. I think they added it later on. They kind of used mortal wounds to replace, was it instant death or something like that?
Well, if you're going right through an armor save, which is like really your only way to stop yourself from getting hurt from an attack, I mean, it should be like the top tier of damage you can kind of do.
Yeah, and it should be pretty rare. And it also, honestly, it shouldn't splash like that, especially if.
Yeah.
I think they did that because a lot of it came from psychic attacks, and so yeah, okay, Smite can splash some mortal wounds. That makes sense, I suppose. That's okay, but like
yeah. Now in this game, it feels like a lot of the things that have devastating wounds. I mean, other than some of the melee stuff, a lot of the shooting stuff seems kind of anti-tank anyway. So if they got rid of that ability to like splash, I don't know, it would maybe balance it a little bit better. I don't know.
It would help a little bit, yeah. I think that would, because then, yeah, if you do your devastating wounds on a squad, at least or a squad Terminators, you're just gonna kill one guy at most anyway if you get a one-shot attack. Even if you're doing 12 mortal wounds or something ridiculous. That was the main reason why the Wraith Knight was so overpowered, because it's doing 2d6 mortal wounds with each of its Wraith cannons if it rolls a mortal wound, of course. But oh man, it's a lot of mortal wounds.
And didn't it have an ability? It's like on a 4-up or something like that. It gets a sustained hit. No, on 6 it gets a D3 sustained hits, doesn't it?
Oh, we sure that's that one? The Wraith Knight? The heavy Wraith Cannon? No, it just has blast and devastation. No, I don't think there's anything that gives it sustained hits. But it doesn't really need it.
No.
Sorry, you got D3 attacks and blasts for each of them, so you got 2 of them. Strength 20. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Does anything have toughness 20 in the game?
I don't know, honestly. The Monolith doesn't. That's toughness, what, 14 or something like that?
You would think something Necron might, but...
I mean, Monolith used to be the toughest unit in the entire game at one point, but...
Terrain rules.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, they try to simplify it. Now, I mean, there isn't like a whole bunch of terrain rules like there was last one, which is, I guess, better. Does it? I feel like maybe it misses out on some things. I do feel like maybe I would like them to bring back dense cover.
Yeah. Well, I think it's definitely telling that basically everything gets cover and things still get annihilated pretty easily by some armies.
Yeah.
So I think that means that it's not really cover that's the problem. That means that weapons are still too strong or abilities are still too powerful. And if they just reduced everything by 1 AP and made cover a lot harder to get, that might make cover a lot more meaningful, right? For example, I mean, if they could do something like that, or just so that's more about how they built the game up in the first place, though. But I feel like you want cover to actually mean something. Now, the only thing that matters with cover is obscuring terrain, right?
Yep.
Where you can just hide stuff, and a lot of the battlefields are just big blocks of obscuring terrain, so you actually have access to reliably keep your dudes safe in the beginning of the battle, which, I don't know, I mean, I think that's a good idea. I want ways to keep our stuff safe.
Which it should be helping the close combat armies, but it still feels like, especially with demons, when you're stuck at 10-man squads, it's too easy to wipe out a 10-man or sometimes even a 20-man squad of toughness 3 models.
And then anyone who's worth their salt will obviously screen out enough stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't really deep strike into their back anyway, so you just got to run to their front. And we also didn't talk much about Overwatch, which apparently is supposed to be really, really powerful this edition, but
We haven't been using it.
We haven't really used it that much. Maybe we're just not, utilizing its potential. But I don't know. I mean, we don't also use many flamer units. Maybe that might be part of it. Because I can imagine if you got a good flamer squad like a Rubric Marines or something, and they can just literally shoot at anything that's in 12 inches of them and annihilate it, it could be pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, if I built that 10-man squad of Space Marines with flamers, I mean, you're going to be watching a chance you get.
Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you? Especially for only 1 CP. But, like, for example, I think it's the Dire Avengers I think they Overwatch on 5s, which still, is that really that great? I don't know. Is it worth... Are you really reliably going to kill something with that? I'm not sure.
Well, with the Dire Avengers, I looked at them more like maybe they're... Can you put the Autarch in them, right?
Yeah, if you give them... Oh, no, you can't give the Autarch.
No?
You can give the just the Azure Man. Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
Only he's the one who can join their squad, and when he does it, you can do the Overwatch for 0 CP, but that's the only reason why you'd add him. But, yeah, that's...
I don't know. It still feels like maybe they're just meant to sit in a point and wait for somebody to come into range of them, more so than go anywhere. But Joe keeps getting kicked. Hold on. We're gonna use this moment to rag on him. Oh, Joe.
So I guess
Well,
it's only
yeah, I guess every 30 minutes I'll have to call you back.
Whatever. Anyway, but yeah, no, Dire Avengers, they hit on 4-ups and if they're within a range of an objective marker, which is nice, but with a 4-up save and a toughness 3, they ain't gonna be on objective markers for very long.
Nope.
So,
especially when you got indirect fire, if anyone's got that coming at you. But
so again, I mentioned multiple times before, but it just feels like if these units were tougher, if everything was a little bit harder to kill, this might solve a lot of these problems you've been mentioning. Maybe, or not.
Okay, so I got 2 more things written down to talk about for the rules, and then we can kind of do our final thoughts of everything. But list building, that's where one of the things where I feel like they've kind of constrained the game. Definitely when it came to additional war gear and all that kind of stuff which was a lot of fun of building your army and managing your supply points and all that kind of shit. But now, I mean, one of the concerns I've listed with you before is that a lot of these armies are going to just turn into the same build, kind of, You've got really one way to run things because you don't really have that many choices for the most part, and you're really rewarded for building your army in certain directions, right?
Yeah, but that's a product of the index, and the fact that only 1 detachment per army basically. So if you view it in a broader sense, like in the previous codexes, what they had maybe four or five kind of detachments, let's say, like, for Eldar, that's the craft world, or for Necrons, it's the Tomb Worlds or whatever. So yeah, and all of those kind of give you a sort of a unique way to build the army, not necessarily, but at least one way you can try to give a little feel to a different way of building the army. So I think hopefully once all the codex comes out, then each army will feel like it has a little bit multiple ways to run it. But there's no guarantee. You know how long it's going to take for all those cards to come out. It's going to be frustrating.
But that kind of stuff, that and not allowing you to really change unit squad size.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Like taking away that ability to just add 1 or 2 to fill up slots. Like, we're lucky enough where we've been playing Warhammer for a while now where we have a bunch of models. But I can't imagine if you're trying to play this game and you've only got like 6, maybe 7 units to pick from, how are you going to build 1,000 points or something like that when you can't really match up anything? You're going to have to, I don't know. I feel like that's...
Yeah, well, of
limited
course,
for sure.
Maybe we've just been so, we've spent so much time dangling lists to get them as close as possible to 2,000 or 1,000 points. It's like 998 or 999. You're like,
so good close. Though. It's the single player part of Warhammer.
But I get, yeah, that's true. But I get kind of what they're trying to say. They're trying to say like, yeah, okay, that time spent of you moving, a plasma pistol here and there, or getting rid of this or that, is kind of a waste, because you're doing stuff that really doesn't meaningful impact the game. But at the same time, it kind of still happens now, because now when you're 5 points over, you got to do the same thing anyway, but you're just doing it with larger units, so you kind of have less options.
So I'm getting rid of this 105 point squad. What costs 110 points? And just look for that. Yeah.
That's what I was doing in the previous. I was like, just control Fing, I'm like, okay, what's 100 points here? Come on, what I got for choices here? Because I don't want to be at, but we shouldn't do that, obviously. But.
Yeah, I don't like that more than, being able to just add one more guy to a cultist squad. Yeah, maybe it'll get hurt from blast a little bit more, but it's your choice.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. I don't know.
Just add an extra weapon to what you would
normally. Yeah, right.
Put a grenade launcher in there now. You got 5 points to do something with it. I know.
And that's what the enhancements are supposed to be for, but again, I mean, maybe if they had one enhancement for every interval of 5 points between like 5 and 25 or 30 or something like that for every army, then you'd always be able to perfectly fill it. But the way they have it now, some enhancements are just pointless. Some enhancements are just, I don't know, there to just fill the point value, I guess.
I'm hoping maybe Games Workshop will smarten up a little bit and try to find a nice balance between the two. So I think free war gear is a terrible idea, first of all. It's not. It's dumb, okay? I'm sorry, but like, why would you ever not have a complete loadout of all your vehicles all the time? Why do you even give you choices then? Just give you the best options all the time and just take that.
Yeah. Right.
So hopefully they'll realize that it's a bad idea and they'll try to make it so that the choices are, only the ones that are very meaningful, the ones that actually point up. So, like on the Lehman Russ, let's say, maybe just say that it's the bases with the heavy bolters and the sponsons, last cans cost extra 10 points, and then everything else can still be free, pretty much. But just do something like that, Because again, I think the heavy stubber is not really breaking the game. Who cares if that costs 0 points?
Hey, 6-shot heavy stubbers at 18 inches. That's game changer.
Well, I'm just saying, like, just start there first, and make the really obvious choices have some point values, and make it like in, points of 5 or 10, and then that would give a little flexibility in changing your list around. Like, Chaos Space Marine Squad, make it so that the heavy bolter doesn't cost the same as the last can. Make the last can cost 5 points more. Even if it was 5 points, it'd still be something, that you could be like, oh well, I got extra 5 points. Maybe I'll add last can or something, or I don't know.
We can handle it. We're smart enough. And for the kids playing the game, it's good for them. It'll make them smarter.
If it's just a few things, I can understand. Yeah, back in the day when, like, you would look at the options, or even now you could look at it still, like the Chosen Squad or the Legionnaires. They got like a million choices to add on to them, and it's sometimes you're like, what? So I can remove a bolt pistol and add a plasma pistol, but for every 5, and I can do that once, and then it's like
the Terminators are the funniest ones, where it's like, for every 5, you could do 4 or something like that. Like, what? What does this mean?
So how many chain fists can I put in this squad?
Can't
Because
you
I
just
don't
tell
know
me I could just put them all? All power
Yeah,
fists?
exactly.
Like,
Gotta be an easier way to do this. And like also that too. I mean, why not have the chain fist or the power fist cost a little more if they're just obviously better?
but did they make the chain fists worse against vehicles? I thought they used to be like really good, and now it doesn't feel like.
I thought they would do a flat 3 damage before, and I don't know what they do now. I got this stupid.
Whatever.
Oh,
And it made all melee worse. But yeah, I know. It's that kind of stuff with the list building where if they brought back some of that, I don't know,
yeah.
could
I mean,
could
even
fill the
just a little
gaps.
bit. But I don't know. Is Games Workshop willing to compromise? I think so. We're still buying their shit, so do they really care if we're happy or not?
Yeah. So next thing, which we've only done a little bit of, is mission packs, gambits, that kind of stuff.
Again, great idea. And we've only tried it once. I liked the idea of drawing the secondary missions each time. I thought that was, or secondary objectives. I thought that was fun, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because it added another level of randomness to it. So you might not pull a good secondary objective. You might be screwed over, or you might pull a great one, or it might also kind of dictate what you're going to do that round. You know, you pull the assassination one. You're like, okay, I guess I'm going to have to throw some dudes and kill this character somehow. I kind of like that, but at the same time, they are still built around holding points, being on certain parts of the battlefield.
Yep.
There's obviously ways to take advantage of that, so that you don't have as much randomness really, because you kind of know what to expect. So.
And also if they made, which they will, of course, but make more cards too. Because I could also see, because how many, you draw like 2 a turn? I could also see playing enough games where you just know all the cards, and you're like,
Why not have specific ones for the factions, right?
oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool too, right?
One
You
or
shuffle
two,
them
or
in.
2 of them. So you just add 2 more to it for that faction.
Well, I'm
you're
sure they're
playing.
definitely going to release more cards or something like that for those things.
They're gonna want you to buy more. They're probably gonna make you buy a new deck with like 2 new cards in it and everything
Yu-Gi-Oh
else.
in there.
Yeah, exactly. The was it blue-headed dragon or blue-eyed dragon?
But that, yeah, it's some neat stuff. I'm liking that what they're doing with the, they're taking, because that was one part of the game which, yeah, okay, yeah, I think they're doing a good job with where that part of the game with like the mission and what you're doing with the actual game, like they're bringing it less from back in the day where we would just put models on the board and we're just trying to kill each other, and in the last edition it kind of devolved down. We were doing more of that, less of that, but we were instead now focused of sitting here in front of a computer screen trying to read all of this crap or whatever before we could even start the game. So I get where they're trying to go next, where, okay, you have cards or something like that, so it feels like you're actually playing the game, right? When you're trying to, kind of like a board game, you know?
Yeah.
So I
only
do like
problem-
that, right?
One problem about it though with the card, and people have mentioned that there's very little counterplay when you don't know what their secondary objectives will be. So with 9th edition, you kind of guarantee that people are going to try to do, the teleport Homer thing or whatever it's called, in the corners. So you want to obviously do a good job at trying to screen out so that they can't get there and do their actions. And so it's only certain armies had really easy access to those kind of things. So, and also you don't want to actually have too many of those certain kind of units because then they can do, what's that thing that take them down or whatever and score easily. So there's ways to build your list to give off left points too, but now it feels like since you don't know what kind of secondaries are going to be in play, it's a little bit more like you're just kind of playing for your secondaries and killing the enemy, not really trying to stop them necessarily. I
Yeah.
guess. Which is, I think, a problem. I think they need to try to find a balance there where you can have good counterplay. Maybe do something where you can use a CP to make them discard a secondary objective. I don't know, something stupid like that. Whatever. I don't know, something to that extent. That would be kind of cool. And so, but it's a good idea. Apparently, Tempest was really fun. The Tempest decks were supposed to be, or is it Maelstrom? One of those, I forget. Was supposed to be a lot of fun because it was basically that. You just had like random mission objectives, and you just would draw them each turn. So.
Yeah. So I look forward to doing some more of those, and I would say it's a
Yeah,
positive.
and a new place next. You have a whole Warhammer arena somewhere in your new apartment.
I set the cameras up, right? Above the table.
Ooh, cameras above the table.
So they can get, every time I'll freeze frame on me rolling nothing but 1s and 2s.
Wait, no, you have to have like a, is there like a camera, a roll box or something where you I can see the dice you're rolling when you roll in there?
And a camera set up across from it so I can get your facial reaction. Oh, damn.
camera in the dice.
Yeah, yeah, looking right back up at you.
Oh, and your disappointed face. You're like, God damn.
All right, well, I guess we'll move on to
Yep.
kind of going over just the whole thing at the end. So, is it simpler, do you think?
No, I don't think it's. I mean, in some sense, yes, but I think it's not quite. I think the problem is it's only going to get more complicated from here out as well. You know,
Yep.
so I was really hoping it would be much simpler. A lot of units just have no army rules or basic rules, and then just start from there. And then, of course, the codex can give them special flavor and stuff if, of course, they roll them out quick enough. But yeah, so I don't think they succeeded there, unfortunately.
No, I don't think so either. Like, looking back at the last edition, I feel like there was just as many rules that I'm going to forget about.
Yeah, right.
So, but I mean, not that certain things haven't gotten simpler. I mean, one thing we didn't talk about, I guess we can try it real quick, is the battle shock and leadership, where I feel like that was something to try to make the whole morale thing simpler, but it kind of made it less simpler and stupider, kind of. I don't know.
Because you will forget about it in the game.
Well, yeah, we just forgot about it.
Yeah, because it's basically, even if it does, if it does matter, it don't matter so few times. Like, I remember one suggestion to make the Tyranids Shadow of the Warp better. Someone said, just make it so it automatically people fail their battle shock test or something like that. And people were like, oh, it's going to break the game. I don't think it would. I think if you made Shadow of the Warp just your entire opponent's army is battle shocked, I don't think that would break the game at all. I think it would still be, it would be good, it'd be a lot better, but it wouldn't probably matter for most armies, you know? I mean, of course they wouldn't be scoring maybe for 1 or 2 turns, but...
Yeah, or just make it a dice roll. Instead of they do their battle shock, they just roll and like on a 3 up their battle shock or something. I don't know, you know?
Well, it's also the thing is, when battle shock happens, it's kind of odd.
Yeah, that's...
Before you score, but you also... You heal your battle shock, then you roll it, right? And then you score. So it's like, if you were battle shocked the previous turn, you're no longer battle shocked anymore.
So most of the times when people shoot you and you have to roll the battle shock test, it doesn't seem worthwhile other than to specifically try to get somebody to not use a stratagem. But then it's almost like, why doesn't the ability just say, unit that got shot can't have stratagems used on it?
Yeah, I mean, and it's so not even arbitrary, but what's the word, like situational.
Yeah.
It should be, obviously the whole point of it was to make it so that you had an alternative to just blowing the unit up. So you could do something like battle shock the unit, or try to battle shock the unit so it wouldn't score reliably, instead of just wiping the unit out so it wouldn't score.
And you got armies like demons, where you expect there to be a shit ton of units that have abilities like that, but you don't.
No.
You
And
got
so
one or
battle
two.
shock, it's not reliable enough to stop them from scoring, it seems like. Yeah, it might happen once in a while, but it's not really going to happen. I mean, it felt like it was even more meaningful in the previous edition, where you'd have to actually lose lots of models that couldn't get back. You know, like for Necrons, Battle Shock meant a lot. Now, Battle Shock, all it's going to do if it happens in your opponent's turn, is going to stop you from using one of your stratagems to heal guys that one time. That's it. Maybe if they said Battle Shock meant you couldn't be affected by abilities or something, or I don't know, you couldn't reroll.
-1 to hit? I don't know.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I think there's ways to do it, and I think the idea, because we also didn't talk about the OC, that new stat now on the for controlling objectives. That's another great idea, giving things OC, and so having things that can't control objectives, things that can control objectives really well. But with Battle Shock, it's just not meaningful enough. And maybe if they make it more meaningful, the game will change quite a lot, actually. But I don't know. I don't know if they will. I don't know how they could change it, honestly, to make it that much more meaningful, unless to just reduce everyone's leadership by 1 or something like that. Even then, would that really be enough?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, you're right, because even if you do get Battle Shock, you don't care anymore. Like, why do you need to have your Hormagaunts or Termagants within your synapse range? Why do you care if they fail their Battle Shock test? Maybe if they're trying to score a point, but that's only going to happen if you got a 20-man squad, if you're reduced under 10, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, it just feels like it's not actually as... It sounds like it's more meaningful than it actually plays out to be in the game.
Tyranids are usually blobbed up anyway, so you've got something else nearby.
Yeah, usually.
Usually.
I don't know, so... Yeah, that's a big miss right there for Games Workshop. But again, it was a good idea, and there was a lot of hope when this edition was announced, and things that they announced with it. And
Yeah.
it's disappointing that they couldn't quite I don't know. deliver on
OC is another one of those things where it's like they made the game simpler? Question mark. It's like
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
Everything pretty much got OC of like 1 or 2 anyway, or something. I mean, it's like you're trying to check. Well, what is it actually?
You know what they should do? They should make OC related to the base, the size of the base. No, that'd be bad.
What?
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense.
They should do some crazy shit with it, like I don't know, where like the battle line units have like an OC of like 5 or some ridiculous like that. So there's a good reason to take a battle line unit because the OC is so high that unless
And they don't have any stratagems or anything that like raise your OC, right? They only got ones that stop you from or that help you pass leadership, but they don't have anything that's like +2 to you know squad's OC.
do you know what is it Dark Angels or one of those Space Marine chapters? They have a thing where they can still control objectives if their OC is 0.
Huh.
So it means literally Battle Shock means nothing to them.
Well,
It just made it completely meaningless.
there's
Except for
one enhancement for the Astra Militarum, which is like even if you fail your battle shock test, it never can be reduced lower than 1. And I get that it's for like a tank or something to stay on a point. So even if you fail, you still keep the point, I guess. But
For example, the way the rules are worded, your reduction thing happens first. So, for example, yeah, if you get battle shock, it says reduce your your OC to 0. But if there's an ability that gives you +1 to your OC, that happens after the battle shock, after the reduction, which is kind of stupid, honestly. It should be the other way around.
yeah,
It should be reduced after all the other benefits are added to it, because that's kind of the point, you know. I mean, I can understand adding 1 to your OC or halving your OC should be things that affect when everything's got OC and they're trying to count it up to see what's got the most, not where like you should have 0, you know. So.
So then the next thing, do you think the game is faster?
Ooh, I don't know. Good question. I think it's probably a little faster. Yeah, well, sure, I'll go with that.
I would say so. I mean, out of
Yeah,
the games
I
we
think
played,
all-
we're still pretty new, but they've been taken about how much 9th edition took, and we knew 9th edition pretty well, so it's probably gonna get faster.
Yeah, I think definitely got faster, especially once we learn all the abilities for all the units and know all of the stratagems. I think it's gonna be pretty quick. So just remembering all the movements for everything drives me nuts. I keep trying to look. I really wish they would have all that stats and stuff set per phase, so you can look per phase at your units. See what things matter, because why do you care what the stat of your movement is in your shooting phase or your assault phase?
That would
You
be
only
nice.
care but yeah, so anyway.
Is it balanced?
No.
No. I put lol next to that in my notebook.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently this is a par for the course with indexes. I guess the 7th edition had an index and was also super unbalanced in the beginning. I know it's kind of weird because 9th edition, the end of 9th edition was pretty balanced actually. So it's kind of weird that
Yeah,
Games
even
Workshop would just jump to a completely unbalanced version of it after they had a balanced version.
even like Imperial Guard, and they were like one of the last ones to come out, and they still kind of felt like they're still placing decent in tournaments and stuff with, and you'd think the last one they're coming out with would be like, whatever, screw this. It's
Yep.
the last one of the edition, but nah, still
That
balanced.
makes sense.
kind
It doesn't seem so different, right? It was one of the last ones. I forgot about that, but
Yeah.
but the world eaters, right? They were also. I think they were the last one, weren't they? And
Think so.
they're different enough actually. They got the Yahtzee thing now. They got Yahtzee rules.
You play Yahtzee. Well,
Yeah,
Corn
you gotta
likes
roll,
Yahtzee.
like, 8 dice, and I think for every, I don't know, like when you get the same one or something, I don't know, there's like a chart you go off of.
Less deadly?
The game? No, I don't think
No?
so.
Don't think so?
I mean,
Even with the
I don't
toughness?
know. I don't know, because 9th edition was pretty deadly for sure, but I don't know. When we were playing with each other, it always felt like either you would know that was going to happen and you were prepared for it or something. Now this edition's supposed to be less deadly, and yet you still like, oh, my tank got shot in 1 turn. Oh,
You went
damn
from
it.
being able to do 20 mortal wounds with the Zoanthropes with the Tyranids in 1 turn to being able to do 20 mortal wounds with the Eldar in 1 turn.
right?
So,
So, no, not quite. I don't think they passed that one. I mean, they think
well,
they
maybe
have-
before when you could use as many fate dice as you wanted in a turn.
Oh yeah, that was just. But again, I played against you, and I think I never did that.
I never needed the fate dice.
No, I think I did it once or twice where it was like, well, I don't want to have to roll this dice, so let me just give me a 6, okay? Thanks, that's nice of you. and that felt kind of bad because it's like, because when you roll, your opponent has a moment of hope. With fate dice, you're like, nah,
Yeah, don't even let that seep in.
I'm not gonna roll a 1. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold if this edition is less deadly. I think it can basically be about the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, we'll see. I hope they change it and make it less deadly, or maybe we have to house rule it or something. But there's got to be a way.
You know, a thought I had not a while ago, but I thought I had was instead of, I mean, I know why they don't do this, but instead of raising toughness, you raise wounds for a lot of things. You know?
Yeah.
But,
I mean, they have 3 stats to deal with deal with lethality, right? You have the toughness, save, and the wound stat.
Yep.
Save, of course, has kind of been already used. You know, there's only 6 basically or 5 save stats you can give. Toughness, they've all of a sudden started expanding, and wounds they could too as well. I feel like why not have some like crazy toughness 20 model with 5 wounds or something other way around, like a toughness 3 model with like 30 wounds or something ridiculous. You know, let's go crazy with it. Let's try to find something interesting to do.
You've got toughness 3, 1 wound, 2+ save models out there somewhere.
Example.
That'd be wild, right?
Yeah, and then that would make the weapon choices you have. It might be like a good counter to some, you know, seemingly good for every sort of weapon profile. I don't know. I mean, that would make that plasma gun a little less good, or because again, at a certain point, toughness 2, let's say, it doesn't care anymore if your weapon strength 12 or 20 or whatever. Your toughness 2. Everything's wounding you on 2s anyway, so you're paying for it in your profile. It's going to be like, I don't know, 10 points a model or something less. Yeah, so there's a lot of things they could do with it, which is, I guess, the most frustrating part about, well, which has been the most frustrating part about Warhammer 40k for a long time, I think. Because it's so cool. There's so many cool things you feel like you want to see happen. Right?
Well, any final thoughts? I mean, I'm still enjoying the edition. I don't, I think there's pros and cons to this and 9th edition, but I'm still excited to keep playing it. So,
yeah, I'm gonna keep trying it. I just wish that when you just do kind of like 2 sort of two kind of just take all comer lists should be able to play against each other, and it shouldn't be too many feel bad moments. I think as there is right now, there still are a few feel bad moments, even if your lists aren't kind of tailored towards each other. And I feel like that makes the game difficult to play, because it should be a game where everyone's having fun, right? And so if you have if I'm playing with Eldar, I'm gonna have to try to sort of not handicap myself, but to not overdo it. And which is what happens sometimes when we play. Sometimes we'll be like, okay, we're doing pretty good, we're kind of stomping, let's not do all my special abilities this turn, And I think that's nice about playing with friends and stuff, that you should be doing that. And I just wish that you didn't have to do that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
yeah.
You shouldn't have to be like, well, I guess I could just kill his unit, but maybe I'll roll this time to see if I do. I don't know, but we'll see what happens. And maybe it's also when we are better with the missions, because I feel like 9th edition was like that too, where in the beginning, if you're just shooting at each other and just sitting there playing like we used to play, it felt very deadly. But once it became about scoring secondaries, then the game shifted a little bit away from just murdering each other to actually having strategies, having plans with your army before the game started.
And with the secondaries and stuff, just you could be doing things without really focusing on your enemy and score some points.
Or you can say you can try to win by scoring and then just getting wiped anyway, for example. I think that's a problem we have when we play sometimes, is it feels like, I got totally destroyed. But in reality, actually, if you really sit down and think, you might be like, well, actually, I could have scored if it might have been it might have looked closer than it actually was. Or it might have, points would have been closer than it looked on the board when everything was destroyed. So I feel like it's hard to detach that feeling of, oh, my guys are getting annihilated, from, I'm actually not that far off points-wise, or I still have a way to win, going forward. I just gotta do 2 things maybe, or something. I think maybe that's something that we do when we play. I know it's how I feel sometimes. If after my 3rd turn, I've got like 5 units left, I'm like, screw this. There's nothing I can do anymore. It might not be true.
Yeah, a little too often by like the 3rd turn, you feel like you can kind of know, but I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, a lot of games I think maybe kind of work that way because third turn is kind of like halfway through the game. So
Yeah. And also, again, talking about the lethality issue, if by the end of the game, okay, if you're wiped out by the fifth turn, obviously it's gonna feel pretty bad, and there's not much you can do on the fifth turn, right? If you got no miles left. But if the lethality was toned down enough to where, well, at least it's pretty hard to wipe out your opponent. The opponent's gonna have at least a quarter of their army left by the end of the battle, regardless. Then at least if you're that opponent with a quarter of the miles left, you can do something. Throw some guys on a point. I don't know, like if you're on the last turn, try to rush a point, try to do something at least. As long as you have miles on the battlefield, it feels like you can try. It's when you don't have anything where it feels like you can't do it. You know, it's like you're not playing anymore. That feels bad. You know,
which
Who wants to do
is obviously what they're trying to avoid, but didn't quite get there yet.
but they suck at it.
God damn these Brits! What are they doing?
All right, well, Warhammer 10th edition. Exciting. We'll wait till 9th or 11th or 12th.
All right.
We'll see.
Is it gonna happen one day, Nick? We're gonna wake up. It's gonna be like 15th edition. We're gonna be like 60.
15th edition. They're back to hull points, armor values.
So start over again at 1. They probably will actually probably get one day, right?
Completely start over.
Where they just called Warhammer.
the 41st century or something like that, right?
All right. You want to go to the bathroom or what before we start the next thing?
Yeah, I want to go back real quick. How about we hang up and I'll call you back so I can have 30 minutes or some crap.
Yeah, I know. I'm about
right?
to say. So yeah. Just call me back
Right,
when you're ready. I'm gonna go pee too.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
All right. Well, while he's in the bathroom, we wait. And we wait. And we wait. And I grab more beer. So what do you guys think of that? 10th edition. One day someone's going to watch a stream of mine and they'll see this. And they'll go, well, that's stupid. Oh boy, boy, you ain't seen nothing yet. All right. Beau is afraid. You know, my sister has a dog named Beau. No relation between the dog and the movie. Maybe I should do the jokes while I'm waiting for Joe. We all know he does not want to see that. I do that, okay. Oh. 10th edition, man. I've been getting stomped. Most of the games I've been getting slaughtered. It was the one I did playing with Space Marines where I stomped Joe. So is he telling me to call him again? This dude, man. Hello?
Yep, I'm here. I'm back.
All right, now,
You made me watch this movie, so we're talking about
yeah,
it.
we've got... I'm going to try to see if we can get through this whole movie in 2 hours, but I don't know how long this is going to freaking take us, but...
Want to go through the whole movie, like what happens in it? You know what happens in that movie?
I'll try to run through it as quick as I can, because I feel like the movie has a lot to say. But anyway, before we get into that, me and my brother were here to talk about Beau is Afraid, Ari Aster movie come out from A24 recently. I watched it with my girlfriend because I like Joaquin Phoenix, and my girlfriend saw the trailer for it, thought it looked interesting, so made sure to watch it when it came out on whatever streaming service we use. And it was a weird movie, man, and I felt like it was trying to say a lot of things, and I felt like there was a lot my brain was kind of picking up from it, so made my brother watch it, and I'm gonna kind of go through the movie. I wrote a bunch of notes. Is there anything, I don't know, if you want to say, Joe, before we kind of jump into the movie, or did you, like, what?
I'm just gonna say that I watched it last night, and then because you did mention it. Did you tell me anything about this movie before I watched it? First of all, let me ask you that.
I don't know. I don't think so. Did I?
Because there was a part in the movie where I was like, something. I know this is gonna happen, and it did. And I thought either I'm just good, or the movie was too obvious. Or something.
Was it the giant penis?
Yeah, it was that. Yeah.
I think I told you about a giant penis monster.
You might have mentioned that. I didn't think it was to be a monster. I thought it was just to be a giant penis. But yeah, I mean,
well, a giant
like
penis is kind of monstrosity.
Might have been the part. I mean, I know we're gonna be spoiling it out.
Oh yeah, obviously spoilers.
Yeah. There's that, of course, that part when he was having sex. Didn't they have a part where it shows big testicles for some reason? Did you see that?
Yeah, you could see them too in the beginning of the movie during the bathtub scene.
Oh, I wasn't watching. I was kind of close. I was like, specifically like, God damn, I'm about to see fucking Joaquin Phoenix dick in this movie, you know?
Don't worry, Joe. This movie, if this was gonna be like Antichrist, where you were gonna see full penis like William Dafoe, I was not gonna do that to you.
Also, the beginning too with the birthing. I'm like, this is a birthing scene. Oh my god.
Yes. So, the movie opens with not obviously, but it's a childbirth kind of scene, right?
POV.
POV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. From the kid's perspective, and you're assuming this is the main character, Beau. When you listen, if you hear what they're saying in the background, he hits the floor, and the mom's screaming like, "Why isn't he crying?" And then he gets smacked in the butt, and he cries, and we get the title card, Beau is Afraid.
Yep.
And from there, we go, the first scene we get is he has a therapy appointment with his therapist, and he walks in, he sits down. The first thing that really kind of happens is he gets a phone call from his mom almost immediately that he ignores. And he's talking to his therapist, and it's big information we get right off the bat is it's the anniversary of his father's death. And he starts talking about the dream he had about his mom in the tub.
That means there's also wait. Sorry, never mind.
Are you going to try to wait until we get to the moments where the things are revealed to talk about that?
No. I was going to say it's his birthday, but it actually wasn't his birthday. It was 9 months before his birthday, so...
Yes, which is interesting because, like, we'll see. Anyway, a big running theme I get throughout this movie that they make sure to write down in the beginning of the movie is the therapist writes down guilty. And I think the concept of guilt, or the feeling of guilt, is a big theme throughout this movie. And he specifically says he hasn't seen his mom in months. Roots to bad relationship with her. And he asks him specifically, do you ever wish she was dead? There's a lot of interesting dialogue we get in this movie, and a very interesting part of it for me is Beau's reaction, because a lot of things he doesn't answer. Right? He just sits there and like refuses. Actually, there's a lot of things he refuses kind of to respond to in general, not even just words, but like things happening around him and stuff. But
yeah, it's true. He was very sort of, I don't want to say not apathetic, but like unengaged or something. Felt like from the world around him, in some sense. But at the same time, I mean, this is maybe just the version that I've watched, but like, was it super quiet sometimes? I mean, were they whispering to each other or something? Because there's times when I'm like, I just can't hear what these people are saying.
Yeah, some of the dialogue, because there wasn't subtitles on any of the streams, but some of the dialogue does felt like they went from talking, I don't know, kind of quietly, because Beau definitely did a lot of whispering, you know? Like talking under his breath and murmuring.
But I might have missed some of the dialogue, I think is what I'm trying to say. 'Cause,
So yeah, when I listened to it again, I put the speaker right to my head, so I was
yeah,
trying to
I'm
pick
not-
up
I
a
was
lot of
gonna do
stuff.
that. I was like, whatever he said. Moving on.
The therapist,
3 hours.
pretty important. The therapist prescribes him this new drug, and he says you got to make sure you take it with water, always with water.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what we get from the therapist section. There is he leaves there, and we enter into the next part of the movie. I broke down the movie into like kind of chunks. You get the intro, you get the therapy appointment. The next big one is I call it just city/apartment.
Yep.
And he's walking. It just cuts to him walking around the city, listening to a voicemail from his mom. His mom's very excited to see him, but as we notice, the environment around him is full of like crazy people and danger and weird stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, it's weird.
Right? He's just walking around and he's trying to buy a gift for his mom and he sees some guy in a building trying to kill himself and everyone's like egging him on and stuff like that.
Yeah, obviously that part was about, I thought, paranoia, right? Like everything was danger or threat. So every person he saw was like super exaggeratedly scary, kind of. So, I think that was kind of obvious. I mean, that part of the movie I think was some of the most interesting bits because it did such a good job, I think, at transporting you into the position of someone with some sort of paranoia, psychosis, or something like that, right?
Well, even if you don't want to go that far, just definitely fear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Afraid, yeah. Like people, it's definitely highlighting the negative things, right? Even though there, like we see in the next scene, because you get to like his road, there is like people out there like giving food to people, and so there are like regular good people, but the stuff we see of like the crazy people, like for example, he has to run into his apartment building because some dude when he sees him just tries to like attack him.
Yep. So here's the question, right? Like, and this is the question I think that is going throughout the entire movie, and maybe for movies like this, it's generally a kind of question. But what is actually happening, and what is symbolic and or like figment of the imagination of the main character? Because like again, you're talking about that part where the guy runs to the door, right? Isn't later on? Don't they say that he was asking for help or something? Even though, from what we saw, it seemed clearly that he was trying to like attack him or something. No.
Well,
But
yes.
I don't know. That's
Actually, I didn't pay. I should have zoomed in on that picture, but I didn't know if that was the same guy or if that was a different scenario. But maybe, yeah, if that was the same thing. Because I think what they're talking about, because remember later in this, when he has to leave his apartment building and he runs across the street, there's a guy begging him for help, but he's just trying to get the bottle of water. I think maybe that's the guy they're alluding to.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I thought they showed that scene where he was running into his apartment, slamming the door. I thought they were talking about that, but maybe you're right. Maybe they were referring to the other guy that he didn't help. But they showed. I mean, they could have just. I don't know. 'Cause remember that the very end of the movie when they're showing his like guilt.
They're definitely trying not to make it easy to understand.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
what I'm saying. So I felt like in this movie there were points you had to stop and think. Okay, is this supposed to just be like his
perception of the world, or is it actually how the world is, or?
Because a lot of the movie does take it to be like it's actually happening like that.
And then
it seems like the whole scene in the city was actually happening, kind of.
And things seem kind of fantastical, and stuff like that, where it's like, this doesn't seem realistic. I don't know.
I mean, like when he dealt with that police officer, I know I'm jumping up a little bit.
Yeah.
But, like that part.
Where you're like, is that a real police officer? He's just there to pick up trannies or something, like, because the uniform doesn't even like fit him. He doesn't even like.
I definitely felt like again that
they start shooting.
There was definitely some political, not political, but like what's the word? Like contemporary issues that were being discussed as well, right? Like they're trying to talk about things that were happening, sort of, or like the fears of society as of right now. I think it was also trying to mention not just Beau himself, but Beau as a product of modern society, and these are some of his fears.
And when he gets into his apartment building, we got graffiti on the walls, shitters clogged, piss everywhere, hail Satan, shoot dope, kill children, fuck the Pope.
This was before the people came in his apartment? This was
before, yeah. This is just what his apartment buildings are regularly like. And then he gets to his room finally, and they have the notice about the dangerous spiders or whatever. That not only this, but they have dangerous spiders in the building.
Yeah. Well, again, don't you think that's more like fear of spiders, and that's what everyone who thinks they're afraid of spiders is they're actually afraid of something dangerous? Like, I
definitely think.
Like,
I definitely feel like they're definitely trying to say something with physical safety in the first part for sure, right? He has a microwave dinner, And an interesting part after watching the movie is he says hello to his dad, and the photo of his dad is a photo of his dad. First off, weird enough, his dad's trying to nail a nail into a brick wall, which I think is kind of weird.
Well, I did not see that part at all. So he says he says that to his
Yeah,
dad.
but his dad is a picture of his dad on the wall. He says hi, Dad, as he walks by.
Looks like, or
Well, the picture of his dad, I have it up on screen. It's like a picture, when you take of somebody and they're moving, so his face is like blurred like that, so you can't actually see his face. It kind of looks like the guy later in the movie, but it kind of doesn't as well. It's weird, right? So, I don't know what we're supposed to pick up from that.
that could be the theme of this entire movie, Nick.
And we see on the TV the birthday boy stabber with what you just said about his conception. I think is also kind of alluding to something. Let's see. Now, next we get to the door and the music part, which this scene I really enjoyed because it kind of like got me with this weird kind of paranoia where the person, I don't know, I guess living next door to him is blaming him for playing loud music, but he's not playing any music, but the person keeps getting angrier and angry at her, angrier and angry at him. And he like, the part he throws the note and it goes like all the way to his bed, right to where like, really weird and really like out there, right? Where it's like, what? And then the guy, of course, turns his music up, and does it the exact same thing to Beau. It's really weird, but I think it's trying to say something about like about just the regular, not the regular, but maybe like these kind of city or these tight human interactions where we blame other people for doing things and then we start doing that to other people or whatever, and kind of about passing the blame or the hate or the anger around,
Could be that. Yeah, I remember that part. I was thinking, is he actually playing music and we just don't hear it? He doesn't hear it? Like, or,
Could be.
Is the person also just psychotic? I mean, the thing is, we find out later, right, that the building he was in was for, like, drug addicts or something, or no?
Something like that. We find out later that it was built by his mom's company and all that kind of stuff.
It was a rehab building, though, or something like that, no? Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
And then, okay, and also before that, I skipped over this by accident, but he looks into his little drawer and he sees a picture of his childhood crush. They do that. Anyway, so after that, he wakes up late, of course, for his mom. He's trying to run out to get onto the plane or whatever, and he leaves his keys in the front door. And he runs back in to grab floss, and as his back's turned, his keys are immediately stolen. He calls his mom to tell her this. And I don't know, I kind of like these kind of scenes that they do where it's like, it's this long dialogue, and I think a lot of it's a lot about Joaquin Phoenix's like facial reactions and these like slow emotions that kind of come over him of like, I could kind of see it of like him going like, first off, he's worried about the keys or whatever, and he's calling his mom, and then it slowly transitions to just, I've made my mom upset, and like, trying to get out of the whole, his mom being, that kind of stuff, right? Where then the whole issue just becomes that instead of what's actually happening in his life, and then he's just trying to avoid, that fight instead of whatever's happening to him, because then he immediately flip-flops on it, like he can't come out because of his keys, then he flip-flops on it and says, well, maybe it's not even safe for me to be here because I don't have my keys, maybe I should just come out, and his mom's already lost at that point of like, fed up with him or whatever.
Yeah, it's weird because when I was watching that part with the keys, I got the sense that, like, because everything felt so fantastical anyway, it was hard to know what was actually happening. Like, did he actually even lose the keys or not? Because, again, later on, there's the question about that, right? And even at the time, I remember watching, I'm thinking, look, you have these very emotional moments and stuff, but surrounded by such sort of absurdity, it's kind of hard. For me, it was a little hard to take those emotional moments seriously, to put it that way. And no, just Joaquin Phoenix or anything like that, but just that juxtaposition. Maybe it's done on purpose, but it was like, okay, he's all upset, but there's like crazy people outside and shit. I mean, what's actually happening, or is this all mental, break or something?
Yes, is it that he's trying to avoid like his mom, and it's just one of these things where we've all been through. We just don't want to do something, so we're just trying to find an excuse out of it, and he's just feeling bad about it. Or is it that he might actually, that there is some of this crazy stuff going on, but it's just the dynamic he has with his mother, where I think a lot of this is about, which if the movie's not specifically about the relationship with his mom, I think there is some stuff about it with like parents and relationships with, that kind of stuff. Cause
if I'm wrong, because again, this part I wasn't paying as much attention until like later, but was he already late at that point?
He was late because he overslept because of the music.
Yeah, so there was already, I thought, a sense that like he was trying to get out of it, almost. Because he didn't feel like his heart was in it, which it wasn't, obviously, but that kind of supports the mother's claim later on in the movie, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, kind of, but we'll talk about that when we get there, because I think the whole thing with that can go both ways. Because I think the whole movie, we don't really know if anyone's telling the truth about anything, kind of.
Yep.
And so, and then this kind of, I think this part here kind of kicks off the whole movie of him kind of ditching on his mom here. So he hangs up with her. He's starting to kind of freak out, so he takes one of the pills, but they turned off his water, so he has to like run across the street now to get a pill, or get water, but he doesn't have his key, so he has to leave the thing open. And this is where we get the guy like begging him or whatever as he runs across, and even the shop owner's kind of like bitching at him and shit like that. Yeah, he's gonna call the police on for like a couple cents or whatever.
Yeah,
and
that was a really good scene. I think that was really well done.
And all the people running like into his building, straight into his roof.
Yeah, because it creates such a great sense of stress. Like it was like, just get back in there quick.
Yeah.
But of course he's gotta like mess around and fuck around with coins and shit.
It's literally like all the people on the street, where to the point where he comes back and like the street's empty.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of maybe a message of like inviting the outside inside or something. I don't know.
You can read into every scene of this movie, Nick.
Yes, I am.
You're for a very long time.
I'm looking at. Hopefully, I'll finish within 2 hours. We're moving along pretty fast, so.
This is like the first 5 minutes of the movie, isn't it?
While he tries to pay.
Yep.
And then during this scene, I took a screenshot of the outside, and outside, from some of the things you can see, of course, we got he lives next to Erectus Ejectus, which is a great name for a strip club. It's hilarious. 7 day a week. The store across the street actually has the same logo as his mom's company, so it looks like, whatever his mom's company is, seems like they own almost everything. There's cheap divorce signs, brain tard, and then there's like a promotional poster in the back, which has a pot leaf picture on it, which is weird, but it says, "Defund pigs, end corruption, share wealth, betray your mother, live forever."
Oh, that one. All right.
That's weird, isn't it? Betray your mother, live forever.
I obviously did not see any of this stuff, obviously, when the movie, because I'm not going to stop everything.
Yeah, it's only on the screen for a couple seconds, but...
Yeah. Wow, and what's that say that the left hand is a dental something? A dental place? Because I'm watching your stream, so I'm a little behind.
Oh, dental homeotherapy or something like that.
Dental
there.
Is that possible?
I don't know, but... So we locked out of his apartment, so he sleeps outside. He wakes up, and there's a guy just doing construction above him. Like, the dude didn't even wake him up. Just put sawdust, get sawdust all over him. Like, that's what the world, I guess, is like. Wakes up the next day, re-enters the apartment. The guy who was trying to attack him has got, like, a bite on his neck, and he's trying to call 911. Beau throws him out of the apartment, like takes his phone. He sets his computer back up, and he tries to buy another ticket to go see his mom, but his credit cards are all denied, so he can't buy another ticket. And so he decides to call his mom, and he gets the UPS guy conversation.
Hold on a second before you go on that. Why was his credit card denied for it?
That's a good question.
Because I even think about it now, he was pretty much living off his mom anyway, right? And she was fucking
well, maybe, like I said, I think, like, with the whole, did his mom, the faking death kind of thing, is it once he canceled on his mom there, she just canceled all of his credit cards, maybe? Because a lot of these things that happen in the movie make you wonder, is his mom responsible for it, or is he responsible for it? But yeah, so he's, he gets the UPS guy conversation, which I think is interesting, of like, and that part where he's like, Maybe it's not your mom. It's probably not your mom at all. Just give your mom a call back. It's probably her. And he picks up the phone like, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Like, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds. I mean, yeah.
No face or head.
Yeah, exactly. Just completely smushed. Well, how does he know it was her mom then? It could be anyone inside there.
Well, like we said, when we get later, I think
I know.
But
Yeah, but the movie, of course, doesn't want to, dwell on these kind of things. It's not about that. It's about.
Well, I don't know, because I think like also if this whole movie is about their relationship, I wonder if this is just what their relationship has always been like crazy shit like this, His mom trying to control him, or him trying to get away from his mom or something, because.
If it's also about paranoia, clearly, like, jumping to the conclusion that your mom's dead would probably be a pretty normal thing for a paranoid or for someone who's mentally unwell, right? I mean, they're not going to stop and think, like, wait, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll get there and check her something.
Mm-hmm.
So, it probably tracks.
He gets in the tub, which, I don't know, I think the movie is trying to say something about water or tubs, because tubs show up a couple times, and water seems to play a role.
Interesting, right. I didn't think about that.
And when he gets in the tub, I'm trying to figure out what this scene means, but there's a dude above him who, the guy above him looks terrified to fall down. Like, he doesn't want to, which is weird, because the guy is kind of, like, threatening. So they're both looking at each other, but Beau is trying to, like, get kind of up out of the tub, and then the spider crawls along the guy's face, and he falls into the tub. And they're just both, like, rolling around in there and screaming. What did that mean?
You had plenty of time to get out of that tub. I mean, how do you not notice it's right above you anyway, as soon as you get in there? But, I mean, what's it mean? The thing about these kind of movies, right, is that you can probably just think of something and it might mean that, but at the same time, the director may not necessarily give every single moment of the film this meaning, right?
No, that probably very well could just be an interesting visual thing he thought of. Because it's kind of just really weird.
I mean, okay, well, so I won't try to pretend I thought of this myself. After I watched the movie, I watched another YouTuber talk about it for a little bit just to get their take on it. And he said that it was something about the fear of spiders. That's why that guy was up there. He was afraid of spiders.
Ah, okay.
So, I mean, he also apparently was Spider-Man too.
Okay.
No, that's not what he said. I made the Spider-Man part. But yeah, I don't know. So I guess it could be that because the guy was obviously terrified of something. That's why he was hiding up there. But it does seem kind of silly to be hiding up in the ceiling if you're afraid of spiders. Kind of that's where they are, right? I mean,
unless there was also, okay, when they first got into the apartment, it looked like there was a dude that they were attacking in the apartment. Unless this is the guy that was like, I don't know. But whatever. We're moving on past that because then they have this whole fight. Beau runs just out of the apartment, out of, onto the street, just butt-ass naked, which I'm going to bring this up a couple times. Beau running away. So, another common theme. It is what he does. He runs out in the street and he sees the birthday boy stabber, who's butt-ass naked. I can't show a picture of that. Nope. And so he turns around and runs to the cop with the little gift thing he bought for his mom in his hand, which is a statue of a woman holding a baby, and he wrote a little nice note in there about like.
Wait, is that a statue of the Virgin Mary?
Is it? Okay, probably.
Jeez. I was wondering because later on I'll mention that too, but I forgot how he got that statue. You did mention
it was
buy it.
Right in the beginning of the movie after the therapy appointment, before he sees the person up on the building commit suicide. He's just talking to a guy, like a shop owner, and he just picks something out. Yeah.
That statue does seem to be very symbolic of something, but I will say also it was a little bit phallic.
That's a little bit phallic. Oh yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was holding his hands. I don't know.
And so the cop thinks it's a knife for some reason because the cop's just kind of crazy. Which makes Beau drop the gift. We see the gift break. Cop like about to shoot him, so he runs. Again, he gets hit by the food people. And that's where we get, it cuts to black and we kind of get our next chunk of the movie. The vision, we kind of get these visions of like Black Ocean kind of, and then him in the bathtub again. And this one was of his mom kind of screeching at him, but it's the sound of the birds outside or whatever coming out of her mouth. And he wakes up in the daughter's bed, being cared for by the people who hit him, which were the people giving out free food. And this is where we enter the next thing. I put this one as Suburban House.
Okay.
Didn't quite-
What were their jobs again, though? Were they doctors or something?
One of them was, I think the guy was a surgeon, and the lady I think maybe was a business lady or something, but they were like high up professional people, and I think they're definitely trying to say a message with these people for sure.
Like what? Trying to help out with a charity or something, or I don't know what.
Yeah, it's something about that. Something about guilt, I think, for sure. But I'll get there when we get to the end of this segment. But we find out he's handcuffed and he's got an ankle bracelet. They tell him it's a health monitor, but it's not a health monitor. And that's when we kind of first get our inklings that something's a little bit off here. And they tell him that the birthday boy stabber kind of like stabbed the crap out of him.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh my god, what? No! Some of that acting kind of made me laugh because he's like so demure.
His reactions sometimes are pretty funny or ridiculous.
Yeah.
On purpose. I know they're meant to be on purpose, but like, I don't know. Sometimes, yeah, I couldn't tell. Like I said, you have these serious moments, but then mixed in with these absurd moments. It's just like, well, am I supposed to be taking him seriously or not? Because
So we got Timon and we got the blonde lady.
that was Timon from
It was
Puma.
somebody. Yes, it was.
I knew it was somebody. I recognized that voice anywhere.
And they're kind of taking care of him because they feel bad for hitting him. They tell him about their son, who, at this point, they just say that he died in the war, and they kind of get into more of that later, what happened to him. What we see is, too, that they take a bunch of pills, a lot of medication, their daughter as well. And, this was an interesting pick before their daughter comes in, which is a big thing here. Timon mentions his testicles. He mentions the specific thing he mentions, I forgot to write down, but the thing he mentioned about his balls, I searched it up, and this is interesting, all right?
Okay.
The two major ways it's caused is either through a UTI or an STD, which I think that other one, that it could be caused by an STD, is a very interesting...
What is it exactly?
It's like an infection of the testicles or something. It just makes them swell.
Oh, so it's swollen testicles, basically.
Something like that, yeah, but it starts with like a PSY word. It's like, I don't know. But
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but like, maybe it just meant that it was just a way to say he had big swollen testicles instead of necessarily.
could, but as we see later in the movie, that like his mom is more places than you would think. That I don't think it's any coincidence the people asking him the questions that they are.
Okay, fair enough.
Then the daughter comes home. And we kind of get to see like the relationship with the daughter, which is weird because they kind of just don't really ignore her, but they don't really care for her, which is strange because they seem to have all this care for their dead son. He feels bad for putting her out, and there's this other guy, I think his name was Gene, at the house that they're taking care of, who was also from their son's unit, and who's also like crazy.
Oh, real crazy.
Real crazy.
Real crazy.
Shit, I didn't click ahead. The son. Okay, there we go. That's the picture of the son. My bad. Yes, this guy Gene. So, as we're kind of taking in this whole like weird family dynamic that he's kind of in, which is like so different from his last environment where there was like this weird threat of danger from all these places. This is like surprisingly more calm and stable, yet very off-putting at the same time. He makes a call to his mom's attorney. And this is where we get the conversation with Larry David's brother. Larry David's cousin. It's that guy.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, and he...
His real cousin?
No, but he plays his cousin in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, okay. Let's say
Larry, you know I love pound cake. Why would you take the last pound cake? And so, this the attorney really doesn't waste any time in kind of making Beau feel really guilty right off the bat. He kind of goes into it saying that his mom is really dead because of, he only talked to the UPS guy before, tell him the chandelier crushed her head, funeral postponed, all his fault. Quote, every moment you wait only deepens the humiliation. He has some pretty extreme wording he uses.
Yeah. But it's hard to imagine that's, again, not like his conscience saying that. It's hard for me, because again, thinking what happened in the movie, to take that both literally, but also obviously seems figurative, right?
Mm.
At the same time, I mean, the movie's saying it's literal, but like when the end occurs, how is that ending literal? Obviously. But anyway, I mean, okay.
Hold on a second. Do another call. I think we're about to run out of time.
You can be recording the half an hour.
No, my Zoom came up saying running out of time.
Okay, I'll leave. Call it back.
Look, we have a little break, everybody. Oh, there we go.
I guess you can edit this crap out, right?
I don't know if I will. Because we're getting pretty good at making those only take a couple seconds. The other Warhammer ones, I think I will.
All right. Anyway.
But anyway, so... now, this is when we get another conversation. This happens twice with these people, but they have this whole conversation about he really needs to go, and they kind of do the polite thing of pushing it off, and he just kind of lets them do that, which definitely is played up more at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
They use his
in
health.
that part, the guy says he can take him tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay, because again, at the end it's a little different, but all right.
Well, they do it twice. In the first time after he gets off the phone, he says, "Oh, I'll take you tomorrow," and then tomorrow comes, and then that's where he has the whole real conversation with him, where he's like, "Are you sure it's okay, Buff?"
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so it happened twice. All right.
Yeah, so this first time, yes, they say no because of his health, they can't take him. He tries to trade room with the daughters. She says no. She's just sitting there eating pills. We see her go and do something with the dude outside, which I'm imagining they're probably having sex or something. I don't know.
The sex is a very odd topic in this movie for sure.
Yeah, or something. But also, what country flag was that with the yellow on the top, the blue in the middle, and the red in the bottom?
Oh yeah, isn't that like South America? No, is it Romania? I think it's Romania, right?
I think so, but because he's wearing that shirt most of the time, and I just wonder. I don't know.
Wait, where's the shirt again? Is it left to right or is it up and down color?
It's from top to bottom, stripes, yellow, blue, and red.
No, yeah, Romania's blue, yellow, red, left to right.
Huh.
I'll look it up. Anyway, you can go ahead.
All right. She goes to do something with this dude, which I imagine probably sex. I don't know, something weird because she doesn't seem like anyone cares about her, so she just does whatever she wants. Beau's mom statue is fixed somehow. You imagine the blonde-haired lady fixed it for him or something. Asks him if he is sad. The Timon does during the next day, because this is when we're kind of getting the conversation about putting it off again. He doesn't really answer that question. Timon gets the phone call, has to postpone because of some surgeries or whatever. They don't kind of let him leave. It seems weird, right? Because it seems like they're not really giving him a choice, but they're giving him a choice, right? Where, from what Timon has really said, he's like, well, we can't really do it today, but is that okay, Beau, or something?
Yeah. You know what? For me, when I was watching this scene, what I was thinking the entire time was that it was like he was like a therapist or something.
Yeah.
You know, it was like he was therapy speaking him or something to that extent. Like he was trying to give him a sense of power, even though he didn't have any. Something to that extent. I thought that's why they were like therapists, or they were. I guess he was a doctor, but
Gets in close, and he's like, is it okay? This is your decision. That kind of stuff where it's like, and then Beau, I made sure to specifically write this down, he doesn't answer the question.
It's very.
He never answers those kind of questions. He just sits there silently.
Yeah, because what can he say?
He doesn't want to say yes, and he doesn't want to say no.
Yeah, I got this part. I was thinking it was about, being medicated and pharmaceutical companies or medication or something, or doctors, something to that extent. I was thinking has something to do with,
Definitely something with that. 'Cause there's definitely a lot of medication stuff going on. The doctors, right? Care,
Also knowing his mom's company, right?
Yeah. Wife leaves him like a note under his coffee. I forget what it says, but it's something that still kind of weirds you out. He goes to look up his mom's death on the web. UPS guy, the picture, the note that she left for him said, "Stop incriminating yourself."
Okay.
Interesting, right?
I didn't see that. Yeah, it happened too quick. Also, I was wondering, didn't their cups have their initials on it, or was some other initials, or?
His cup had N, and I think it was supposed to be for the son they lost. I think his name started with an N, and they're gonna kind of like replace him. I think that was kind of the idea, is that, you know, they replace. I don't know. They're replacing things. I don't know, but we'll get into that later because the revelations of like their son come out soon. But the UPS guy hides his face, so I don't know. I don't know if the UPS guy is supposed to mean anything, but you never get to see who the hell he is.
It's Bill Hader.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh, that's why.
That's the video I saw mentioned, because I'm like, that's who that is? Apparently that's who that is.
He sees childhood crush in the video, and he like immediately throws up when he sees her. Like comically throws up. And she kind of like works for his mom, or she works for his mom, is what it says.
You saw her in the video? That's how he threw up?
Yes, that lady. He saw that lady, and that was his childhood crush growing up.
Oh. See, I didn't catch that. I thought it was something else that made him throw up. I thought it was his mom, because she kind of looks like his mom, doesn't she? Maybe that's what I thought he saw. A probably says a lot, but anyway.
And so we go from here to the sister, the daughter, whatever I call him, the daughter taking him on a joyride. So she kind of forces him, because she says she's going to give him a ride, forces him into the car. He gets in the car. Then she starts giving him drugs. Another important thing I wrote down, because I feel like it means something, is when they're sitting there, of course they just say, like, if you don't do this, we're going to whatever, and then you'll whatever. So anyway, he starts doing it, and he asks, what's in the joint or whatever? And they say, it's 3 things. And this thing, the 3 things thing, is also something I see in the movie a couple times, and I'm wondering what the hell it means, but
Really?
they don't say what the 3 things are. She just says, it's 3 things. Vision. Then he gets a vision of the past on the cruise ship, where we get like the story of him and the crush Elaine. It was interesting because I don't know if they put prosthetics on Kid Beau, but he looks like a toy, right?
Well, he did look weird. Maybe his hair was like...
Or like his cheeks were really shiny or something. I don't know. He just looked like a doll to me instead of a person. But
well, the whole movie was shot very stylistically, right?
yes.
So there were parts definitely obviously we'll get to that, the very stylistic parts, but maybe the flashbacks definitely had a level of unrealness to them. So that might be part of it, maybe, right?
So the mom kind of grills him on, you know, if he likes this girl or not. The girl asks him at some point, "Is your mom a cunt?" "It's okay. My mom's a cunt." Are you a virgin?" So she's asking him if he's a virgin. She says like she's a virgin, whatever. I'm just wondering because obviously the idea of sex means something in this, whatever. But he mentions to her, we get the first kind of mention that sex is dangerous for him, and that his father died because of sex or whatever. And then he gets carried away by his mom, and the girl starts getting taken off the ship or whatever. Oh, the girl starts getting carried away by her mom, gets taken off the ship, gives him the note, asks him to wait for her. And I think it's interesting, you know, talking about stylistically, I thought it was interesting how during like this scene when he snaps out of the dream, there's like someone screams at him really loud, and so all the people on the boat like drop the stuff they're holding because they're scared by it or whatever. And it's like the people in the dream reacting to, I don't know, to his like real life, which makes me think that it's not a perfect like vision of the past. It's just kind of his like imagination, I guess.
Gotta be, because also, like, clearly it's unrealistic. Like the how does her mother take her out of the boat? You know, they're on a cruise. She helicopter her home? I mean,
What do you mean?
they're on the cruise when she takes them, right? Like they're on a boat, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you can't just leave
Oh.
the cruise in the
Well-
middle of a cruise.
I mean, cruises stop at multiple ports. I guess if it was stopping at if it was at one, I don't know. That's the only thing.
It's just weird. That's something that I think about it now. I'm like, that's
You can't really just run away from a cruise, right?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like,
Well-
fly from the random island you're at, or
It's
something?
another possibility that this girl could have been working for his mom already.
I mean, it's just the thing is like you can't nitpick a movie like this in terms of
Oh,
this
yeah.
kind of thing.
It's very.
Not point that.
I'm gonna. Well, anyway, so he wakes up with the other dude, Gene, like coming at him, attacking him or whatever. They make excuses for him. And then we get to like the next day because we have this little shot where he's like against the wall, and they do like a lighting change to like he just wakes up the next day in the same exact spot. And the blonde-haired mom tells him to put on a certain television channel or whatever, talking about how they're gonna do like a cookout, and then they'll finally take him or whatever. And he sees that they've been like taping everything on the TV, and getting weirder with it. He like reverses and you can see the past, but if he fast forwards it, he sees the future on it, which is strange enough.
He sees the future. Oh yes, he was seeing the future.
Yeah, he saw like the daughter walk in before she walked in, and okay, crazy enough too. After the daughter walks in, takes him away, then the blonde-haired lady walks through the room again. The end of the movie is on the TV, where it's just showing the stadium.
Yeah, it does show that. I remember those images. I thought they were going to be parts of the future of the film. But do you think that that footage there was supposed to imply that they were part of the plot with the mother? Is that what it's supposed to imply?
Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume, like I said, this is some of the stuff that makes me think that a lot of this is his mom, or what his mom is supposed to represent, kind of either testing him or they're supposed to always be watching. Because another theory I kind of had for this movie is maybe his mom is supposed to represent like God or something like that, or like the final judgment or something like that, and he is supposed to represent something about like what it means to live a good life. But we'll get to that at the end.
Perhaps it's about him trying, because again, most movies he doesn't really do anything. Like, he's very apathetic. So maybe this is just all meant to see how much he would try to get to his mom. I don't know.
So next scene we get is the daughter comes in, carries him off to her brother's room, and she's trying to force him to start like painting the walls with him, or with her. He doesn't want to. She says to him specifically, "You already failed your test." What test? Anyway, but she starts drinking paint. She dies. Mom walks in the room. Beau gets blamed. Like, it's kind of a, not like graphic, but a shocking image of like, her dead, in his like arms or whatever. Because she looks so like miscolored and shit like that. But it's also kind of comical at the same time.
You know what it is, Nick? There's a name for that kind of.
What?
It's called Pietà.
Pietà?
Pietà. It's the mother. It's a Virgin Mary holding Jesus' body.
Ah.
I mean, maybe it might only apply to that specific kind of situation, but I don't think so. Could apply any sort of like holding a dead body kind of thing is sort of replica of that.
Well, that would kind of be interesting because it's kind of like the daughter is kind of like the blameless one in all of this, right?
Maybe, yeah.
But anyway, so this is when we get. Oh well, whatever. So we'll talk about that in a second. But anyway, so this is where we get. The mom just goes crazy, tries to attack him, tells Gene to attack him. Beau runs off into the woods, and we kind of finish with this segment of the movie with Gene chasing him down and him just running off in the woods, hits his head, blacks out, gets to the next part. So, some things, one thing I missed out saying too was that they mentioned before the end of this that Gene is a war hero. He was found, he was in their son's company or whatever, and they found him just shooting the bodies of, whatever. Kind of alluding to that, the fact that, like, their son died to friendly fire, and that the person that they're taking care of is the person who killed their son.
Oh, is that what? I didn't catch that. So that's really the case, or that's just something you're...
I think that's what they're alluding to, but like that's the thing. They don't say... First off, in the beginning when they first introduced their son, they say that he died in combat, right? And then they never really mention how their son died again, but they mentioned Gene, who was in their company, and he said, like, when they found him, he was just, he had killed, like, everybody. He was shooting the bodies, and not just the enemies, but the everyone else, too, which is, like, their son. I don't know. So what I was kind of getting from that, how they treated their daughter, how they, like, not fetishized, but, like, really canonize, or whatever, worship their son or something like that, I think was trying to show a message about, like, good meaning, like good meaning people missing what's in front of them or whatever, like trying to fix the world instead of like
People
the
around.
people, yeah, the people like instead of their daughter, the one person they should be focusing on, yet they're out there trying to like give food to people and help this guy or whatever. I don't know.
I wonder. Yeah, that's a question. I mean, I didn't get the thing about him. The son. I know the son was a war hero. I'll check the flag out though for the friend, and apparently I think that's Venezuela. I don't know if that matters at all, but.
And they said the son died. They said the son was in Caracas. You know what country Caracas is? I have no
it's
idea.
Central America, isn't it?
So maybe it's something to do with Venezuela.
Oh, which if that guy was wearing a Venezuela shirt too, is kind of strange.
Caracas is the capital of Venezuela.
Oh
so
my God.
That will make more sense now. So what the heck was going on? That makes sense why he's wearing a Venezuelan shirt at least.
Which I feel like is one of the things that's also saying is like the people that they're carrying, to help are people that don't even have their best interest or don't even, aren't the people. I don't know. It's something like that because
Yeah, I can see that.
as we see later in the movie, like the dad works for Beau's mom, so
Maybe they were supposed to be like representation of the United States and the foreign policy,
that I was also wondering if it was like not white guilt, but like middle class white people, how they think that they're helping the world, but or something like that. I don't know.
Well, they did help Beau somehow.
Did they? Because it seemed like everything they were doing was
I mean,
for his
he
mom.
He would have died, wouldn't he? I mean, like, they did cure him from his.
They also hit him with the car,
Yeah.
though.
I know, but that really wasn't
True.
their fault. I mean, that was the stabbing was more the bigger issue, don't you think?
Well, so get all that in your brain because the next part of the movie we're going to get into, shit gets even weirder.
Well, yeah.
Because that was kind of normal. The next part called Woods and Camp, which it should be like called just Woods and Theater or whatever. But that we get our first shot of the attic vision. Do I have a picture of that? No, I don't. But the attic vision where we just kind of see the stairs up to the attic and then it cuts. Beau's walking around the woods and he meets the lady in the woods, who's like a pregnant just lady in the woods. She brings him to the camp and it's like a acting camp or whatever where they put on like a show. He sees the guy who was outside because there's a guy who was outside the residential house who was watching him in like one quick scene, and he sees the same guy at this acting camp watching him now as well. They call themselves Orphans of the Forest, and we see that Gene is on the hunt coming for him. Let's see. The play starts, and the play starts. The whole play is going to be one topic on its own, but the play starts, and it starts with the mom and dad are dead of the main character, whoever this is. And this play kind of seems to, in more ways than one, mimic Beau's life, and then it seems like Beau is mimicking it in a weird way later on.
Yep.
With, the death of the parents first, and this guy's to break his chains or whatever. And breaks his chains, he's talking to some angel thing, and then the character on stage becomes Beau. And then from then on, Beau is acting out kind of a narration that's going on in the background, and the narration is interesting because it's talking about you. It's the whole thing is just, then you will go forth into this land. You will find people that love you. And like kind of describing this whole either story or life. So he makes a home with family. He has 3 sons.
Ooh.
Now, I think this might be important to remember, but the 3, and they say you have 3 sons, each gifted in one thing or whatever. Those are courage, kindness, and ambition. And I'm wondering, well, we'll see, but 3 sons. And so he basically has a good family, and then a storm comes in the story. You lose your family, you'll be deposited in a foreign land, and basically will spend the rest of his life looking for his family, living as a foreigner, gets blamed for killing a child. They send an attack dog after him to pursue him, which the way that they say this, right, they're like, they will unleash a hound that will chase you or whatever for the rest of your time or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I immediately think like, kind of like Gene, where he's already being chased by a guy. Like I'm wondering,
Yep.
is how much of this is supposed to already map onto what's happening to him, or your life will shrink and fade, and when he's about to die, an angel came forth or whatever, or somebody will come forth, and he said, I searched for my family. Well, this is the line he's saying while he's on like the ground whimpering. I searched for my family my entire life, and I'm still alone. And the angel responds to him, you were so lost in your own selfishness, no one could ever find you. And tells him to confess. And so he starts confessing, and I was trying to listen to like what he was saying, but he only kind of gets some words out before he starts talking over him. And then he awakens. Interestingly enough, they say he will awaken to the sound of horns. And I wonder if that has anything to do with the ending. I don't know.
The apocalypse?
Or
you mean ending the movie, you mean?
Yeah, or the end of the movie, because there's one other time we hear horns.
Yeah, it's true. You do the horns. Yeah, you're right.
And then he gets to the camp, and it tells him he'll have $1 left. He'll either spend it on food or to go see a play, and he'll choose to see the play. And at this point in the movie, you have the old Joaquin Phoenix like walk into the play, and the play is like about 3 sons who lost their father or whatever, and then it's like his sons are the ones in the play, and not Joaquin Phoenix, and not Beau's sons, but the Joaquin Phoenix from the story's sons or whatever. And they kind of reunite. There's one part that kind of made me laugh. It wasn't supposed to, but him go, my baby. It's just something that made me laugh.
Well, I mean, like, the movie
And the
goes
son.
between these
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
sentimental moments, and then it goes from these absurdist moments. So, I mean, like, will happen immediately afterwards.
Yep. And then they say that the mom was lost as well when the flood happened, so they were just alone the whole time, I guess. They mention, and then he mentions how his dad died, because they asked him, like, do we have any other family? And he's like, no, because your grandpa died or whatever when he first had sex or something like that, right? And so then the sons ask him, like, but like, you had us, right? Like, you didn't die or whatever. And like, is this gonna happen to us or whatever? Oh yeah. He says, the kid says to him, like, is that a lie? Or whatever, because when he's sitting there, like, he's thinking about it for a second, and like one of his sons says to him, like, is that a lie? Or whatever, about like his mom saying, like, you know, he can't have sex or something like that. And then he's kind of sitting there realizing, like, how did he have kids? And then it cuts back to Beau at the play, just like standing up in like the middle of the play. And that was all just kind of like a dream vision thing.
Yep.
You
I mean,
sit up.
do you want to talk about it now, or do you want to wait till you finish the whole section?
About the play?
Yeah.
We can get to the play now, because the next thing he does is just sits down and he gives the gift to the lady, but we can talk about that next.
Yeah.
So what do you think the play is supposed to...
I think the play was, first of all, it was quite beautifully shot. I mean, the whole play thing was really amazing visually, so I definitely appreciate that. I think what they were trying to suggest was sort of his, how do you say, like, placing himself within the narrative kind of thing. So the play was close enough to his life that he just kind of adopted it as his life. So, you know, he started to see, oh, this is how it worked. You know, look at these things that I could sort of metaphors or whatever that are parallels with my life that I can just say, yeah, that maps, that works. Of course, the end, eventually, when the reality comes down, it's like, well, actually, no, this doesn't work at all. This isn't really my life. And then that's when it kind of ends. I mean, I think particularly when you're seeing a play within a movie kind of thing, it definitely, I get the sense they try to make it about sort of the audience, what the audience is trying to do with film, you know, like, so it's like a meta commentary. Like, the audience members, like, when we're watching this film, we're trying to think, oh yeah, I'm like Beau, or I'm
that's me, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then you put yourself in the place of the main character, and so perhaps this whole section was there to try to take the audience away from that, to say, no, well, this is all just, you know, fantastical. It's not supposed to be representative of something else, maybe. But I think I get the sense someone that, like, very talented like Ari Aster is definitely trying to make a commentary, I think, on like the nature of consumption of, like,
Stories
art
or something, or
stories. Yeah, exactly. How we transplant ourselves into them whenever we consume them.
And even if it doesn't, even if it's not about us, we could still get it to like map onto us or something like that, right? Until, because as we see at the end of this, like when he snaps back to it, the play isn't even about that.
No.
It's about something else kind of going on.
Exactly, yeah. It's doing its own thing, and he's not even, I don't know if he's not interpreting it correctly, or if his interpretation is just starting to diverge from the actual material of the play. Which, again, because it happens right in the middle of the movie, basically, right? This is kind of like the mid stuff, so... And I really like it, but I also felt like, because again, this movie was 3 hours long. It was nice, but it wasn't necessary for the movie, right? They could have cut this all out.
But that was the most beautiful part of the movie.
I know it was. It was a great short film. I love to watch it as a short film. But, I mean, that's maybe at the end we can talk about those kind of criticisms.
How this is the best couple David Lynch films never made. No.
Definitely Lynchian, for sure.
I was wondering if from this whole thing, like, maybe it's kind of like the I don't want to say the original story, but like the story we're told about what like a good life is or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like what he's like living through is like kind of like that story that we're all told, right? You know, you meet somebody, you have kids, you have a family, you know, you take care of them, and when the bad stuff happens to you, you persevere no matter what, and in the end, you will be rewarded for that, you know? And it seemed like the story as old as time, kind of.
Like a fable almost.
Yeah. Like Homer or something. Not Homer. Well, is it Homer?
Well, but think of a lot of stories in the Bible.
The Odyssey?
Well, I don't know if those are like poem stories, epics. But I don't know if they'll call this an epic so much.
But it's kind of like a voyage kind of thing, because he's just taken away, right, to somewhere, and he's trying to find his way back home, basically.
It feels almost like a fairy tale, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, because it's got this symbolism, like you said, with the number 3, and a lot of things were very, like, a lot of faceless stuff, right?
That is interesting. Like that one line where it's like, and sometimes your wife will look like a man.
Yeah, that part. Wait, you will have children because you will have sex with her.
Yeah. Well, it's not saying it like, it's saying it in such a weird way.
Yeah, exactly. So you weren't ready for that because you're just thinking like, oh, you will have 3 children, and that's it. Not because you had sex with. I guess that did matter because that was the point, right? He should have known right then and there that it wasn't him.
Yep.
So maybe there actually was a reason to add that line in, even though it sounded silly as hell. But you know.
And I think why it's in the movie and why it probably would be kept too is, I don't know. I feel like it's maybe like a baseline of like Beau. I feel like almost like that's like the thing he's comparing his life to in a weird way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has this sort of fantasy about what life should be, right?
Yeah. And why does he care so much about, like, you know, his mom or love or people, or why is he afraid of things, right?
Perhaps it also, because again, this is we haven't gotten there yet, but there's also the part about his father coming up. So perhaps this is also sort of a narrative he builds about his own father, perhaps, right? Because it's about father looking for his family.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But I mean, because there definitely is a lot about, Beau's father, and I thought it was actually surprising how little Beau thought about his father, actually. That makes sense.
How little he ever knew.
Because he died, he died the day of his conception.
Well, that's what we think.
Okay, that's what they say in the film at least once or twice, but we don't know. He doesn't know anything about him really at all, actually, which is kind of weird. I mean, and so I would imagine as a child, you would probably make up a story about your father, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, because how many things have we seen, right? With like, I'm thinking of like, Hey Arnold, right? Where his parents are gone, and he's like, you're out there, you know, archaeology or something. I think they're supposed to be doing. So I wonder why you never saw anything like that, like a fantasy of what his father was, or maybe he was too old for that at that point. I don't know, but.
And so, getting back to the movie, he gives, like I said, he gives the gift for his mom to the pregnant lady that he's sitting with, which is a little thing in the movie, but it's incredibly big for some reason at the end of the movie that he did that.
Yeah. So for me, when I first saw that, I thought in my mind, because again, I saw that statue as the Virgin Mary with the Jesus baby Jesus, right?
Yeah.
My first thing was he's giving his virginity away.
Mm.
But I don't know. That's totally wrong. But that's just my first. Yeah.
I took it as more of like parental, like motherly love or something like that, because he bought it for his mom, right? The harsh world, he got it destroyed for him, right? You know, whatever, and stuff with his mom. The blonde lady fixed it for him, you know, and kind of nursed him back to health. And then the first, like, this pregnant lady he meets is actually, like, nice to him or whatever. And so he gives this kind of thing to her, like the first lady who's kind of, well, the other one's kind of nice to him too, but she did try to kill him after she thinks he killed his son, or his daughter, but whatever. And so I wonder if there's something there, because his mom gets unreasonably mad about that.
Yeah,
Not unreasonably mad, but...
Yeah, maybe she thinks that it was meant for her, and it was the one nice thing he had thought about her at the moment, right?
Hold on,
The
I'm
only
going to call you again real quick.
Oh,
Yep.
smart. One second.
Don't worry. Stupid Zoom. Yeah, why am I even using Zoom? I got to use Discord. Anyway.
All right, you here?
Yep, back again. All right, so then we get to the weird father stuff, because then there's the guy who was watching him those couple of times now kind of comes over to him, and he says that he worked for his mom and his dad when they were alive. And he says, like, he says something about, like, his dad isn't dead or something like that. And Beau kind of goes, wait, are you him? And this is when we get, like, he kind of just disappears, and Gene attacks. He kills the guy on stage. Then the guy who was just talking to Beau says, Beau, run. And Beau goes, Dad? He's like, run now. And a grenade explodes, and the guy's just, I guess, dead.
Yep.
And so he's gone. We don't know if he was Beau's dad, if he's just someone who worked for him, if he knew where Beau's dad was, whatever, but he's gone now. And this whole section kind of just wraps up real quick with Gene just attacking people. He kind of gets taken down by some dude who, like, hits him in the back of the head, and he shoots himself, which I think might be saying something there. And Beau runs off again, and his little trigger thing gets triggered, which the pregnant lady also runs off. I don't know if that's supposed to mean something, but there's, like, a firefight going on, so, I mean, I can't really blame her. But, and then he kind of passes out, and we go into the next section of the film.
Yeah, right. I mean, first of all, he had a way to incapacitate him. Why not use that earlier?
Yeah, you would think so, right?
Yeah, but whatever. Okay, well, okay. Now, this part, I had to stop and actually look back twice, because I thought I was seeing something. When he wakes up, right? Did you not see that thing in the tree?
The thing in the tree?
Yeah, when he wakes up, like, he turns around and looks at this tree, and there's, like, a dude in a bird costume in the tree.
Oh. I mean, that was probably one of the guys from the play.
I know, but it was weird. I
Oh.
just kept thinking, like, what's this supposed to mean? Like, I don't know, because again, like the whole movie almost, you can sit and try to analyze every individual scene, thinking that it might have meaning. So that was the one I stopped and was like, okay, what is this? A dude's in a tree. I mean, I couldn't tell if, because it was, of course, it wasn't the best quality, so I couldn't zoom in and see, like.
It was probably the guy who had the line earlier, because he was dressed up like a bird, and he had that really deep voice. Oh, you're here.
It was like a red bird. This was like a yellow bird, I thought, or something.
Oh.
I don't know. I thought maybe it was.
It could. Red. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, keep that in mind. Red bird. Okay.
Wasn't he? Am I wrong? Was he not a red bird?
I don't know. I can't get it up now. I got too many things going on my computer.
That's fine. No, I don't have to. I mean, because we can't expect to remember everything from this movie. But I thought the only thing I could think of was, like, I don't know, albatross is like guilt. I think is another word is what albatrosses stand for. Isn't that albatross around your neck? I mean, is like about being guilty or having a burden, heavy burden. That's what it's more about. Yeah, one that accompanies significant guilt. So that would clearly be a important symbol for a movie like this. Could be, at least, if that's what it was. But who knows, right? Sorry, anyway.
So he gets this next part, let's call it Mom's house. He gets visions of the tub again, where his, I guess, this other Beau, I guess we figure it was like him from a third perspective, but once this perspective gets talked to, you realize there's like two kids or whatever there, is asking about Dad. And so the mom sends him up into the attic and then yells at the kid to get back into the tub. "We don't talk about you anymore." After she puts him up there,
Mm-hmm.
and he wakes up in the woods, and he hitchhikes to mom's.
Do you notice that scene though? Look at that. How it's shot. It's like it's not even attached to the house, right?
Yep. But as we see later, they do have this exact room, right?
Yeah, it is.
In
So
the house, but
weird.
they do some cool stuff with the dream sequences. But so he hitchhikes, and when he gets to the house, if you look at the picture I have up on the stream, to the left, you got 3 mourners standing by the sign, which I think just says something about, I can't really read that, but I don't know, I think it's interesting. You got 3 mourners there. Shiva Stevens, I don't think that means anything for the
Shiva is like a god of Hindi god, I think, or something, right?
Could that mean
So
something?
I thought it was something about religion. I did not see those 3 mourners over there at all.
Number 3 again, I don't know.
Shiva might be the god of death. I'm not sure 100%, but
And another thing we see is she has like the exact same statue in front of her house that he got for her as a gift.
oh, Shiva apparently is a period of 7 days mourning for the dead.
Oh, Shiva.
Shiva
For the
that's it.
Jews, yeah.
Yes, the Jewish thing. Yep.
Won't make any
Shiva
jokes.
is also a thing about the destroyer of is a Hindi god, but sorry, yes, that makes more sense as a mourning thing.
Because their name is Wasserman or something. They're definitely Jewish, probably.
Definitely. In Wassertown too.
Yeah, weird, right? So yeah, so she does. She has like a statue of the gift, which is weird, right?
So that's what the gift looks like closer. Then looks a little bit less like the Virgin Mary in that way, but
it's definitely. I mean, obviously, it's definitely of a woman holding like a baby, which.
Yep.
And so he goes in there, and they're playing like a recorded service of like the service he missed, obviously. There's a headless body in the casket, which he notices something off with it. But this one picture I took here, which we can see as he's going down the stairs, there's a photo she has on the wall of him on the phone with her, like telling her he's not gonna go. So she has like a photo of that current of an event
yeah, I did notice that. Yeah.
from inside his apartment, which as we see with the next picture, right there, yes, housing, 38 rehabilitation neighborhoods already erected. So they're rehabilitation neighborhoods, and he's living in one.
Well, he's obviously on something.
Who have, devoted to the housing and support of residents who have abused our products. Because if you look, another thing we see behind when he goes into her office, she has like this whole collage of like her company throughout the years, and they have all these advertisements, and he's the boy in like all the pictures for the advertisements, which makes you think he's been like they were using him to like test all the drugs or something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked too much about it yet, but clearly the whole pharmaceutical drug abuse angle was harped upon multiple times, right?
Yep.
So that there must be something to be said about like being over medicated.
Why do people medicate? You know,
I mean,
to stop
everyone in the
feeling so
movie was
guilty, maybe.
Maybe that's part of it. Yeah, maybe it was being medicated to not feel guilty. Maybe he feels guilty because of the medication. I don't know. I mean, that's
Or maybe because she was always trying to fix him or something. But so the pictres of his company, Beau's in a lot of them with medication ads. I did that, and then there's a collage. Next picture of, you can't see it, but it's of his mom's face. But then he gets closer to it, and he sees all these people wearing like the uniform. Oh, and this is something I didn't bring up either. But well, I'll say this first. And we see Puma up there, and you notice that like, so some of these people.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Some of these people he's been interacting with, you know, have worked for his mom, which makes you wonder. And another thing I want to bring up real quick is that you see that they're all in like gray jumpsuits, but Beau, throughout the entire movie, kind of seems like he's dressed like a prisoner. You ever notice that? It's always like blues, and, like striped things, and like grays. It's never
But
like
also
any color.
That he's like an asylum, like a patient.
Or he's so heavily like medicated or something, he doesn't have feeling or something. I don't know, right?
Could be.
Could be something like that, but
Definitely, I can see that. Yeah, the don't you think, going back to what you mentioned though about before about them being about like kind of charity, the fact that they were working for the mother, don't you think that kind of goes against that that theme?
of what?
Because they weren't really being charitable at all. They were just
Oh no, of course not. Yeah.
on order, right, of the mother or whatever, I guess.
Those people, well, yeah, but they also, like I said, they, I think they were working for the mom because I think, like, I wonder if what they're trying to say is everybody's working for a higher power or something. Because also in the middle of this picture, we got his girlfriend, or what's going to be his girlfriend soon, is right in the middle. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. I know.
Because this kind of stuff comes in the end of the movie when it's supposed to be a revelation that like all these people, you know, are kind of intertwined.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so collage, whatever, maybe mom, and he kind of lies down, goes to sleep, wakes up at night. His childhood crush is there. She's like super late, I guess, for some reason. I don't know why she would be. You know, you'd imagine just like everybody else, she would know, like, to be there because she worked for the mom, I guess. But
it is a suspect reason. 9 p.m.
Yep.
for a few.
She's late too. She says, song in the background I noticed while he was walking out to like catch up with her. There's a jazz song, and the lines before it kind of cuts off are, "We are the same because we are guilty."
Oh, interesting.
Is she, and like there's certain scenes where he's kind of like, you know, he's got so little like personality, but like he's talking to her, and I wonder like, is she actually happy or is she just faking, right?
Yeah, way she talks, it felt very forced a lot of times, right?
I mean, she did mention that she drank a bunch of wine, so maybe she's just drunk. I don't know,
Maybe.
But she says she worked for his mom till like last week. He says he waited for her.
Mm-hmm.
They go inside.
It's not a red flag for her. I mean,
I don't know, right? Because she says some things back to him, but then some of her actions kind of say the opposite of that. Let's see. So she asked him what he wants to do, and again, she kind of like answers for him. He doesn't answer at all. But they go up to his mom's room. She's starting to like put on the mom's jewelry. It's like the first thing she goes through is like for all the mom's stuff, and tells him to go like get ready. He goes to the bathroom. He looks pretty sad, you know. And I wonder, it's probably because he thinks, what, if he's gonna have sex, he's gonna die, or is he just sad for other reasons? I don't know.
I think he'd be afraid. But...
Or does he know that this is all fake? Because as we find out later, he knows the body wasn't his mom's.
Yeah.
And I can't really show any pictures of them having sex, but they go to have sex.
He had the big balls. He blasts through the condom. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So one of the weird things is like he says like it's been a long time for him or whatever, and she says like the same thing, but kind of like implying that she's a virgin, but also kind of not, because
He was definitely saying that. Yeah, it's just been a while. Not when he kept trying to say. What he meant to say was that as he's a virgin, right?
Because she does. They show her. Okay, this is a weird thing. Is they show her not only open a condom with like her mouth, right, in like a really sexy way, but where does she get the condom from? Under Beau's mom's pillow.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, she reaches, which is weird. She's on like top of him, kissing him. Then she reaches under the pillow next to him and pulls it out. And it's like, why would that be there?
You could have prepared it.
She could have. No, she could have. You're right, but.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even notice that. That's a good point.
Is she really a virgin? No. He tells her to kind of stop, and he's like starts freaking out, and then he comes like, you know, she says through the condom or whatever, and he doesn't die, so he's kind of like euphoric, I guess, in a weird way, and she wants to come, so she just keeps like having sex with him, and then like she finishes, and then she dies. Now
Finished. She finished.
she finished. Now,
Get it?
which I definitely saw this coming a mile away. Where it's like, as soon as Beau didn't die, I'm like, oh no, she dead. Somebody's dying during this sex.
So we can talk about what's the sex then mean in this movie, right?
Well, and also, look at this picture I have up. Because I caught this. Because after you said that thing about the red thing, I didn't realize this, but I noticed this when I took this picture. So when it's just a close-up of her face, she has a red glint in the corner of her eye.
Yeah.
But it could just be something from the room. But I just wonder because it's so pronounced.
Could it be like a brain aneurysm or something like that?
Could, but the other eye doesn't have it. I just wonder. Because the other thing I think of is when you hear of like sex and getting someone pregnant, like the glint in your eye or something like that, you know?
Well, red also has a connection with virginity and sex as well, right? And period in a woman. So, I mean, red's a very meaningful color. So, I don't know. Yeah, when I saw that, happened so fast too. That scene like flashed, you know.
Beau just kind of getting raped there. Like, well, what? Oh, yeah, okay.
I thought it was to imply mostly that something happened to her with the eye there,
Mm.
to know that she was.
But then she's just
Yeah.
kind of, it's kind of like a little jump scare, too. She's just like,
Yeah, frozen for some reason, which is weird.
yes, immediately like rictus or something.
Yeah, very odd. I don't know what that means. I mean, was it supposed to be that she's like a doll or like a, not real? Like a, was she actually, she even there? I don't know. Like,
Because then Beau freaks out, of course, like anyone would.
yeah,
He, interestingly enough, he like goes on the other side of the bed, and it like looks like he's trying to physically hide from the body. Like he's just that.
he's looking up at the ceiling.
Yeah, exactly. And he's trying to like hide behind the bed so it can't seem like it's a dead body. But whatever. And that's when his mom appears.
Mama. Oh wait, before we continue that, can I say that this fucking house, man? You know, like, it's a beautiful house, but like, what the fuck? Who has a house like this?
Don't you like that
What kind of-
spiral staircase?
Yeah, no, it's very. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's just like rich people house stuff. Like, this is not a real person living here, right? Like, is Ari Aster's house? Is it like this?
It's a regular Hollywood house, Gio.
Oh God, I can't believe that. I don't want to believe that. I refuse. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Go on.
So she starts obviously just kind of like,
Going at
I don't
it.
know. It's weird because it's very interesting dialogue because it's kind of like berating, but it's kind of
Yeah.
doing it in a way where it's not like you're garbage. It's more like a I'm so disappointed in you kind of berating, you know?
Well, I thought she was upset because it was in her bed.
Well, that I mean, of course, but she probably is just upset he had sex in general.
Well,
And like cleaning people come out of the next room immediately. Like all of this is like planned for, going
Yeah.
according to plan. They just like pick her up, they just carry her into the next room and just shut the door.
very set up. I know. Also, can I say how long those scenes drag on for sometimes? When it's just like them carrying her body. I'm like, you didn't have to show the whole scene of her. We get the picture. They took the body away.
And he asks her like, "Did she work for you?" And she says, "I doubt that." Like what?
Did she say? I thought she said, "Not anymore" or something. I don't know. Did she say, "I doubt that"? She said, "I doubt that," huh?
But did she? I mean, I'm pretty sure she did. I don't know, but that's a whole question part. Like the mom watched them do it, kind of. I guess I don't know to know all
And
this.
She watched all of it. She
Yeah.
said, didn't she? Yeah, that's a good. I mean, I can get the notion that it was all set up, maybe, because it's kind of about guilt. So everything feels like, she's judging him the entire time, even when she's dead. There's the guilt behind it. So perhaps that's part of it. I don't know. It's also interesting though. Yeah, immediately when she dies, her mom's basically back. His mom's basically back right away.
Yes, right. Which also makes you wonder. At this point in the movie, did he actually die? And this is like, dealing with.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it a dream sequence? I mean,
But then you can say that for the whole movie, right?
Exactly. That's
And she's like guilting him. He says he knew she wasn't dead. It was Martha that died instead. And they get like a little snippet of Martha being like a really nice caretaker to him or something.
Because you can tell from her hands or something? you
Yeah,
said?
she had a birthmark on her hand.
First of all, let me just say how psychotic it is to have an open casket funeral with a headless corpse.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, okay. I mean, I know it's ridiculous, obviously.
If you're gonna
but
fake,
it's
like, if she's gonna fake her death, why'd she actually have to kill Martha?
No.
Why not just do like a fake body? I don't know.
They're rich as fuck. Come on, get one of those Hispanic. No, I don't even, like, you gotta have someone they can find.
Yeah,
Like,
she says.
how- he wasn't checking the corpse himself.
She says Martha did it for money, so like her relatives would never have to work again or something like that.
What does that mean? Talking
Yeah, I
about
know.
Killing someone for money, basically, like exploitation of the working staff. Was that supposed to be a?
What people are willing to sell themselves for? Because it seems like even the surgeon is willing to compromise whatever, right?
Yeah. So what does his mother represent? Does she represent absolute power or absolute money or something?
Some.
Like,
I don't know. We're getting
She-
close
yeah.
to the end where I think it's.
I know. We're getting there. Come on, let's get to the part.
So she thinks he lied about the keys. A line that really stood out to me, she said during this whole kind of diatribe where she's yelling at him, because Beau doesn't really say that much back, is, even when you were a baby, you rejected me.
Yeah.
Thinks everything that happened is kind of his fault. You know, I mean, from what I kind of get, like, you know, like if, because you get a lot of like because he wasn't the son she wanted, it's like his fault. It kind of feels like.
This is the part where she talks about her mother too, right?
She does. Okay, yeah, I'm about to. That's the next picture I'm about to bring up.
All right, okay.
Can't choose is something she says to him. You think? Oh, you can't choose. You think that makes you innocent or whatever? And then she goes from saying stuff about like how she like loved him. She was like trying to love him so much, and she mentions her mom. Her mom never loved her or whatever. Mm-hmm. The picture of grandma on the wall looks like handsome Squidward kind of mixed with a lady. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little bit.
And I was wondering about that. Like, because I got this little feeling of like, is her like mom supposed to be like the people in the play or something? I don't know, but it doesn't look like a human.
I know, the way it's drawn, of course, is so cold and so alien, right?
It's like gray skin.
Yeah, it does look like gray skin. I don't know. It's a very weird self-portrait to have made. I don't know what that's about.
And then she starts playing therapy clips. So not only is he being filmed, but she's also just filming all of the therapy as well, listening to it.
I love the therapist just comes in smiling. Like,
he's just like loving it, isn't he?
It's great.
Hey.
Okay, who else was he in? Because he looks so familiar, right? Was he in?
I don't know.
He was in other stuff. Was he in? I don't know. Because he's that like albino black guy, right? I know I've seen him in something else. Because he stands out. He's got the. Wait.
He's got that face.
Got that face. He got that smile.
It's
Anyway,
kind of
then-
scary.
Oh yeah.
Therapist there. A note I wrote for myself is that it feels like no one really cares about what Beau feels, only what he does and says.
Mm-hmm.
And that none of them actually give a well, it feels like none of them actually give a shit about him. They're just concerned about what he actually does. About his dream thing, they talk about that a little bit in the therapy thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And there's an identical Beau that.
He was in Dune. That's what he was in. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
He was in Dune. That's why he looked. Anyway, sorry. Identical Beau. Yes.
And this is an interesting part where I think we're getting into the three things again, but there's an identical Beau that they say, his mom says something about courage, right? That he had the courage or something to ask about the dad or whatever, and so he got locked up for it. And then Beau asks, about the truth or whatever, and then mom takes him to the attic and says that she was just protecting him, and then like forces him to go up. Finds out it really wasn't a daydream. I guess it was more like an actual memory he had or something like that. And
I don't know that really. I mean, because she does say
not really, yeah.
Real, right? Yeah, she does say that, but
and when we get upstairs into the attic finally, after he goes up there, the other kid he sees up there is like an emaciated Joaquin Phoenix. Like it is Joaquin Phoenix, the actor, playing another Beau.
It actually isn't Joaquin Phoenix.
No, it looks so much like him.
So the other video I watched said about it. They said like it looks like him so much, but it actually isn't him. Maybe he's wrong, but
who is it? Joaquin Phoenix?
No, I'll look it up. I just had the movie up on IMDb actually. Beau. What would it be called? Boy...
Oh, but so if it's not Joaquin Phoenix playing the actor, then that makes you think, okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter that much.
Okay, I know. Well, I was thinking because if they used Joaquin Phoenix to do it, then that would maybe be a bigger sign that these are all different facets of Joaquin Phoenix, of Beau's character. And I was going to say that there was three different parts of Beau. That the Beau that we see in most of the movie is the kindness part. And the first one upstairs was courage, or whatever. They had the courage to ask about the dad, which was... Or no, actually the first one would be ambition, which is getting replaced with sex. And so that was the first one locked upstairs, because of what he learned about his father. The second one would be courage locked upstairs because he asked about the father. And the last one, of course, would be kindness because he refused to do either. But because it's not Joaquin Phoenix, I'm thinking maybe there actually are just the three brothers.
Called Julian Fortin. It's the last guy in the thing here.
Huh.
Beau's twin and addict. I don't know who he is. Doesn't have anything else on IMDb.
Because the other thing we get up here is giant penis monster father thing. I don't know if it's father or whatever, because...
He's a puppeteered? Oh, wow.
And like, okay, so this is supposed to be a kid up there since childhood. Like, is that even possible? That was in like a Simpsons episode. That's not real.
Yeah, that's well. The thing is, if you want to say it's real, then you have to also say that the penis monsters are real. Right? Maybe they can't be, but.
And so, I can't show a picture of the giant penis monster, I think, because that's too close to a penis, I guess.
Yep, I don't think you can.
But like I said, I am wondering if the penis monster is not really his father, but it's more so to represent like maybe male sexuality or something like that. You know, because it's just a giant penis. I don't
Perhaps that's because he knows nothing about his father. That's literally all he's been reduced to. You know,
True.
Well, a giant penis. Perhaps again, this is the part where when she said go upstairs and meet your father, I was like, it's gonna be a giant penis. I didn't think it was gonna be a monster, but I thought it was just gonna be.
Why does he have claws like Tyrannid claws?
I know.
Sizing talons.
That was great.
So okay, so just to go into that too, then Gene just shows up out of nowhere.
Hey, oh, by the way, his name's Jeeves, not
Jeeves. Oh,
I know. Tommy, just.
he throws a knife and hits Beau in the head, but doesn't hit him with the pointy part, which is weird.
Yeah, lucky. You got lucky. What do you think?
And fights the penis monster in hand-to-hand combat and gets stabbed in the head and dies. Which I was also wondering if that was trying to say something, because I was wondering if Jeeves was supposed to represent like masculine, like maybe not anger, but masculine violence or something like that, and the penis was supposed to be like masculine sexual energy, and the two of them kind of, I don't know, kind of would be the end of each other in some weird way, but.
Yeah, I don't know what that was supposed to mean, man. Because it just, I don't know.
I just don't know.
I don't have a clue what that was.
Oh, there we go.
You
You have a picture of dead Jeeves here.
Yeah, picture of Jeeves out. Penis monster is fine. Jeeves breaking in there and fighting it though. I mean, again, if it's symbolic, Jeeves representing like I don't know. Remember that he was supposed to be like the lion or something earlier on, right? Or the dog
wolf
that's
or
gonna
something,
chase him
yeah.
forever. Yeah, the wolf, and maybe the wolf is like his self-hatred or something. I don't know. Self-destructive impulses, let's say. But the penis monster, if maybe the penis monster represented as father, perhaps that. But maybe that's what it's about. Maybe not necessarily penis being his protector. I don't know.
But
I'm sorry.
So you go.
I was just gonna say, like, the problem with this symbolic or symbolism thing is that, like, when things get resolved like this, it doesn't really seem to actually matter. Like, it doesn't. Beau as a character doesn't really seem to develop too much, does he?
You don't think so?
I don't know.
Well,
but
because
when he gets-
after
Yeah.
Jeeves dies here, we see Beau do something that we've never seen him do in the entire movie.
That's true. He does attack his mom, right?
Yep. We've seen
Yep.
the only time he's ever done like violence after Jeeves dies. I don't know. Like, I don't know if the attic is supposed to also represent something, but
Like, he's in his own mind. Or his,
yeah. And that's why I was wondering if him, the other child, Beau, and the giant penis, and maybe even Jeeves were supposed to represent different parts of the, maybe even the male psychology or just a person or something like that, but.
I mean, it's probably like even Freudian in some sense, but again, the penis could be his repressed sexuality, right?
Yep.
His boy could be his bravery, and it could be his violence. Let's say Jeeves, perhaps. So
And so after
Yeah.
that, he kind of the attic door just kind of opens for him, and he falls out and he starts like he feels really bad for his mom, starts like kissing her feet and that kind of stuff, like begging for forgiveness, and then we see her go, which is interesting because I feel like something I noticed in this film is every time he starts acting the way she wants, she just starts also taking it out on him too, where that's like, because then once he starts doing this to her and like falling all over her, she just starts getting mean again and saying shit to him. Was saying how much she loved him before, now saying it was way too hard to love him. You promised to never hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, and it's almost as immediately as she says the word hate, he starts choking her. It's like the word hate just barely gets out of her mouth until he just grabs her.
chokes her, and then she falls into a table or something.
Yeah,
right?
was that like an aquarium or something, or like a terrarium? I don't know.
I think it was a rich person's glass table. I think.
And
Right.
he just kind of like, well, I guess he doesn't just, because like I said, this is the first time we've seen him be violent, and he just kind of does what Beau does, I guess, and runs away. He runs
Yeah, but it
outside. What?
Yeah. It wasn't just a regular runaway though, right?
No.
It almost felt like this was his moment of freedom for a moment. I thought, right? Like this was like his escape on the boat.
Ah.
So, but though, I don't know. He was kind of running because
But he wasn't screaming. All the other times he was screaming.
you see his freaking face when he's running away. Oh my god, I couldn't not laugh at that. Right?
And
You didn't notice it? He has like crazy smile face or something going on there, or like crazy face. I mean, probably like traumatic. Wait, it's gonna be 30 minutes again. You want to?
oh yeah, sure.
Right back.
So, with the help of viewers like you, one day I can afford Zoom. No, I'm kidding. I'll never pay for Zoom. So, I guess I should just use Discord though. Same conversation I had last time when I had to call him.
What?
I'm just talking about myself when you're gone. So,
Sam up there somewhere.
I'm talking to Chunks. Chunky!
Joker.
I just like this picture of him choking his mom. We're just gonna leave that up for a little bit. Yeah, so he just runs outside, right? He said he's got like the big old smile, but he runs. It's weird because he just runs out and there's not even a dock. There's just a boat on the shore, and gets on the boat, just starts driving off, and that's where we get to the last part of the movie. I call conclusion.
Yeah, this is the
'Cause-
Coliseum conclusion or
Yeah.
something.
So
But what part? Oh, before you go, like when I was watching this part when he's taking the boat into the, through the little tunnel, all I could think of is he's coming out the other side. Like like of his mental illness or something. That's what I was thinking. Of course, then it goes to the Coliseum bit, but I just thought it was like, is this going to be such a like that on the nose metaphor kind of thing, or?
well, you know
I
how
don't
you think it could be a metaphor for the opposite, or for like Inception, or impregnation or something? Because it's like the beginning of the movie begins with a birth, and he's like driving his little boat into something that it's like a giant auditorium. I don't know. I'm wondering if this is like the opposite side of that, or if this is like death or something, where he's
Or the cyclical nature of life and death, I suppose, right? Could be, yeah.
even though he just killed his mom, it doesn't seem like he's the one dying, but whatever.
Assuming his mom was actually dead. I mean,
Yes, because as what we've gotten from the movie so far, it seems like she has no problem lying. She's lied about his dad. He doesn't really actually know the truth about his dad. The stuff about, I mean, if we take it that he is still alive, then the stuff about him orgasming would kill him is just a lie, all of it.
I'm still not sure that she actually was still alive after she died anyway. I mean,
I was
wonder if
wondering,
that's his paranoia.
I'm wondering, like I said, with the other kid thing, are those just facets of his mind, or did she actually have 3 sons, like, the number 3, like the story? I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah, stuff. I didn't think she'd have 3 sons. Maybe 2 sons, maybe.
But the stuff with all the people too that she was using to keep tabs on him, I definitely feel like whatever. I don't know. I definitely feel like she wasn't reliable for taking whatever she says as the truth. Because
if we're taking it as if this is like a narration coming from Beau, yeah, you could, if you want to do it that way. If you want, it's the way you want to analyze the film. You could see everything as being part of Beau's, paranoia or fear. So, the idea that everyone's watching him would match with that, right? Would fit with it. If it actually is happening or not, that's another story. Hard to say, right? Because you can only ever see what's going through Beau's perspective if that's, that analytical lens.
And so he enters the dark tunnel, vagina, and the boat kind of just stalls in the darkness, and the lights come up, and we see that he is in a stadium on quote-unquote trial, I would say. And there's a bunch of people just watching him, and there's some, like, rocks. It's really interesting, looking kind of like a Coliseum, I guess. And Larry David's cousin there says that they're there to decide guilt. And they start bringing up everything that he has to feel guilty for.
Didn't you think it was interesting that the things they brought up were, like, old or not? They're kind of small things, weren't they? Mostly?
Some of them. A lot of them were like, kid things. Like that's an interesting thing too. Is a lot of them are things they brought up, like things brought up when he was like a kid, which is like he's really going to be judged for that. Like,
well, that's why for me when I was watching the scene, I thought it was pretty clearly like his own internal judgment of himself. Like he was going through like the way I saw it was, this moment with his mother, he finally like broke free from his mom, killed his mother from himself, escaped her for a moment, and then was confronted with it once again. And this is where the little, trial happens. And then this is where he's going to see if he's going to actually, move past it, or he's going to drown from his own guilt. And that's what happens. But that's the way I saw, at least. I mean, that's more of his. I mean, it's not exactly literal. The literal thing is that she's still alive and that she's, I guess, I don't know what.
He even has like a defense attorney on the
Yep,
other
yep.
side who can't yell very loud. 1-800-DEFENSE has got a phone number.
Again, thinking that this was all like an internal monologue in his head, it makes sense, right? Like the guilt is much louder than his logic or his reasoning, because I saw the defense as like his internal reasoning. I was a kid. Of course, it wasn't my fault, or like I was afraid of what was going to happen. Like that's like logical and understandable reasoning for maybe hiding from his mom that time in the mall, for example.
And how they talk about like his transgressions and stuff. They talk about it like saying how they know what he's thinking, right? And so it's not from a perspective of just his actions. It's they know what's in his mind.
Yeah.
Which is pretty important. So they know what he thinks. The motor is kind of like freaking out. I don't have a shot of that. Oh, so they keep asking like more and more questions. One of them like, why didn't you help that guy or something? The defense attorney is saying something, and then they push the defense attorney off, and he lands on a boulder and just like dies.
Yep.
It's like what?
I mean, it's par for the course for this kind of movie.
Yeah. And so there goes the defense.
Yep.
Defense attorney killed. Beau tries to run again. He's trying to get like the boat to work. The boat's not working. Then they start talking about Timon or whatever, saying putting off going home was like one of the bad things he did. They're saying, I guess if they know his thoughts, then maybe they are saying the truth, but that's what he wanted to happen, And I guess trying to make a point of like through inaction is acquiescence or something, or I don't know, is kind of agreeing, but
Yeah. It's definitely like, if you don't take control of your life, you're sort of accepting, bad things that happen to you.
I said that that's what he wanted, but I write down that the situation was more complicated than that, but when talked about it at these points in the movie, it's not. Like they don't need to discuss any of the complex parts. It's Beau is guilty for doing this, which I guess, is a part of his like, if you want to say this is like his inner psyche, then it knows all that shit, and it's just saying you feel guilty.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's logical or not, but this is what you feel. If that's what's going on. And then the last thing, this was really weird because I had to take, part of this. Because I'm like, what? I forgot what the thing that really made her snap. Because she's just sitting there, like his mom doesn't really say anything at this point. She's sitting there holding on to like the hand railing, which, what is, I don't know what this is supposed to mean, but, and then the thing that Larry David's cousin there says is that he gave the gift for your mother to that, like, that whore in the woods or whatever. And the bar breaks, and the bar falls into the water below. And that apparently means something very big. I mean, okay, so you know how in like a lot of in some like religions and stuff, they say like when you die, your soul will be weighed against like your sins, and maybe that's what the scene was trying to do or something like that, because like it's the amount of like guilt or pressure or weight or something that she has, or she feels like she has, until the bar breaks. And because once the bar breaks, it's kind of like the whole trial is over. It falls in the water, and then we hear the horns blow. Yep. Beau tries to run again. His legs are stuck. He says he can't run.
Yep.
The motor dies. He starts begging his mom. He's begging people to help him. And then he kind of looks, I don't know what he's looking at, because from the camera angle, he's either looking at his mom or he's just looking at something. I mean, fuck, maybe from the story, he sees one of the angel things or whatever from that story. Who knows?
Yep.
But then he just kind of calms down and maybe accepts it or something. And the boat flips over. And the movie just ends on the shot of the boat. First it flips over and we just left on the shot of the boat kind of thrashing, and you can hear, I turned the volume up so I can hear the mom in the background screaming, crying about like my baby and that kind of stuff. And then eventually the boat stops moving and just people start moving out of the theater or whatever, and that's the end of the movie, just stuck on that boat.
Well, you say moving out of the theater. I mean, this is a movie, so
Sure.
it's like, is that like supposed to be?
These
what we're
people
watching?
are the theater goers, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like similar to we had the Coliseum, and then we had the theater in the woods, right? Maybe there was supposed to be some sort of parallel between those two scenes of audiences, right?
So, in the one line I wrote down from the play was, "To the sound of distant trumpets you awake." And, I mean, those trumpets didn't sound distant, but at the same time, he did seem to kind of, like, change for some reason once he heard them. Yep. And, I don't know, I wonder what that's supposed to mean. But, so, wrapping this all up, before we kind of just delve into it and kind of think of what what any of this might mean to us, there's two different things I was kind of thinking about in terms of like the structure of this movie. I was wondering if this movie had to do with like the stages of grief. I didn't know about that because from one perspective you could say this whole movie is kind of about him losing his mom and his dad is already dead and that kind of stuff. The other one was Maslow's hierarchy of needs, kind of looking from the beginning of the movie, kind of working away from the bottom up. It does make me think about that as well, of like, because the first one is physiological needs, and the beginning of the movie inside the city seemed very much focused on physical safety. The next one, safety needs, focused on resources and health and stuff like that, and the whole thing was about him healing his health. The third one being about love and belonging, and in the third one we got the whole play thing when it kind of goes over the whole thing about your family and your sense of connection and belonging and that kind of stuff, and how you will find a community and all that shit. And what the next one is about, when we go to mom's house, that one would be esteem and all of his problems with his mom and the girl he thought he loved, I think have a lot of stuff to do with esteem. And then into the last one, self-actualization, where it is kind of the conclusion of the film, the desire to become the most that one can be. And maybe that's the character growth at the end of the film, is him kind of going through all of these things that he needs to be or whatever, and then at the end of the movie we finally get him, we finally get Beau that's not afraid, and then he dies.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It could be. I mean, that's not a bad idea, the Maslow hierarchy thing. I think, I don't know, the end, I'm not sure if I totally got it, though, as a positive conclusion. You know, I mean, it did kind of feel like he lost, or he, lost himself at the very end, kind of, but, I mean...
Well, I could definitely see there being a negative well, I mean, it's all to the person, but I could see there being a negative and a positive outlook of this movie, because on one hand, I could also see it as a negative outlook of, the whole thing is kind of like, Beau, you could also say that Beau only maybe changed at the end because he couldn't run anymore. He actually had to be physically stopped from running to actually, face his fears.
Well, what did he really face, though? He just accepted his fate, I'd say, right? Because wasn't that the condemnation he was taking?
Well, I guess the thing he would have to face at the end is himself, right? That he doesn't think he's a good person.
Mm-hmm. And you think he thought he was a good person the entire movie long? I don't know. I mean, not sure if I got from it.
I do. I think that he would think of himself as a good person, because that's what his mom made a lot of comments about. Like, you go around like a doting boy thinking you're so good or whatever, but you don't actually do anything or something like that. Which I think, if you're looking at it from that perspective, I think he would be using his inaction as a positive to say, I don't do anything bad, when really all the negative things are coming from his inaction, right? Because he's not doing anything good.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's not actively trying to be a better son or a better whatever person. Yeah, I can see.
But where
that
the movie starts, where he's at like a home for like abused people of like drugs and stuff, then you think like, oh wait, so this guy's, he's not just like a normal person. He's not just fine. And you see like all the stuff with his mom, and you're like, oh, So this dude is like really messed up. And when we start in the movie with him at therapy, we think, oh, well, he's a guy going to therapy. He must be okay or something. Like he must be dealing with things. But no, it's the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, right. Because the thing is, it's tough. Like if you want to view it, like everything as or most things as literal, right? That's one way. But I feel like for me when I'm watching it, I kept trying to think of the stuff as like his perspective and his psychosis coming through. So yeah, like going to therapy was the one moment of kind of normalcy for a second in his life, and then everything else outside of it was just insanity because that's just his mind, how it views the world through a paranoid kind of delusional lens. And I mean, definitely, I mean, obviously the biggest theme I think was the mother relationship, right? Sort of smothering relationship of parenthood, and maybe even like I think is it codependency or one of these terminologies they use about it, like how like she and him were both sort of dependent on each other in a way, right?
Yep.
I mean, he obviously physically or for his life, and she for wanting his I don't know, with love or something like that. Maybe that's why she got so upset that he gave something to this other woman, right? When all she wanted was him to give stuff to her.
And I definitely feel like that's why I feel like that gift was supposed to mean something, right?
Right, it must have, yeah.
And because he gave it to like one of the only people that was kind of nice to him.
Yeah, but she didn't really have she didn't do much.
She didn't have a very big part, right?
Oh yeah, she has a smaller part. I thought she was gonna have a bigger part, and then she just left as soon as she got the gift. It was gone. I'm like, all right, well that's something. See, I don't know. It's the problem with movies like this is that there's so much, it's so vague. So yeah, we could read into a lot, and that again,
that's what they're there for.
The vagueness gives itself the opportunity to read into it. The movie itself has that whole middle scene about that, I think. The idea that we read into the film stuff that is more reflecting ourselves than necessarily... And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but it makes it difficult to know what the true intent, if there even is a true intent, right, of what the film's trying to say. But at the same time, I think there were some clear... like hints throughout the film, right? Like all the stuff about the pharmaceuticals that they took all the time, the fact that his mom ran that company. I mean, that's clearly. I mean, when Beau is clearly suffering from some sort of paranoid delusions or something, like that seems to be making a statement about, I don't know, like how. I mean, it kind of almost reminded me of that she did tell him at a young age, right, that he was sick, he was going to die if he had sex. So this constant fear that she built into him. Yep. And then the fear maybe was part of a way to create a dependency on her. And that, I mean, again, if you want to try to read in deeper, right, and she represents like drugs or pharmaceuticals. Is that fear that pharmaceuticals are relying on for people to take them? Is that like a deeper message you're trying to say? I don't know. Again, it's real tough to come to there was no way to actually come to a final conclusion about it because that's not that kind of movie. It's not going to ever have an answer. I don't think someone makes a movie like this with, I mean...
What are you talking about? I got the complete answer. It's so simple.
No, honestly...
You haven't watched nearly enough David Lynch films, Joe.
No. Are they all 3 hours long?
A portion of them.
I saw...
not a small portion.
I saw Blue Valentine, okay? Is that the movie? Is that David Lynch?
Blue Valentine? No, Blue Velvet. Was that David
Blue Velvet. That's the one I saw. Blue Velvet with Christopher
Dennis
Walken.
Hopper?
Oh, it was Dennis Hopper then, not Christopher
On the little gas mask?
What's the one where... all I remember was this one scene of this naked woman covered in bruises. And I was like, what the hell am I watching? Well, but that movie wasn't nearly as abstract as this, though.
Well, because there's a lot of... Some of the other David Lynch movies, some of his later ones, have a very open like structure where it feels like the story isn't as much about like the plot that you're getting, but it's more about the character is going through a journey, right? And we see all this crazy shit that doesn't entirely make sense because it's not entirely about like the movie itself. It's about like the journey the character is going on, and yeah, so a lot of David Lynch things have he has this whole duality thing. So a lot of the characters go on stuff about, two thems or that kind of stuff. I think That's why I compared this to a David Lynch movie, because I feel like this is kind of like a character, like a trippy character journey for like Beau, where it's him kind of like my theory was it's more of a character breakdown or story of like a guy trying to, how do I say this? I don't know, because it's like the perception I get is almost that the mom is supposed to represent like I don't want to say God, but like reality, like universe, like nature, something like that. Where because she's like all seeing, she's like all knowing or whatever, and she's like the judger of all these kind of things, and she's the one that's kind of making him feel bad because he's not, you know, doing certain things, which, you know, kind of comes from like, I don't know, why would you feel guilty about like anything? Because like your morals or whatever, these kind of things that make you feel guilty, and her kind of being like the judger of him in the end of the movie and that kind of stuff, and a lot of the stuff being about, is he a good person, you know? I felt like a lot of the movie was kind of about him is he a good person, right? Like the crazy people on the street, you know, that he didn't really help them. He's kind of concerned with himself. I don't know. Or like...
well, it sounds like the judgments... Like, again, if you view the final scene as his internal judgment going on, his internal value system is based on what his mother created in him, right?
Yeah.
So his guilt is foundation built upon his mother's sort of teachings or what she says about him. So it's obviously that she'd be the one to judge him, right? Not him judging himself or someone else, because she's always been the one.
I also got the feeling from this movie, you know, from like the middle part, that the movie may be a because it has to do with like a judgment of your soul, but it's kind of like the other part of like life, like the journey after you die and that kind of stuff, and that's what Beau is going through. And that, and that the story we got during the play was actually like his life, and that he was that person from like the play or whatever. And when he dies or whatever, all of these different kind of like stops or whatever he's going down are all tests to see if he'll pass or if he'll fail, to kind of, I don't know, get to whatever the end part is, which I think I would think the end part would be like. Because the whole thing with like the water, right, at the end, where he's stuck in the boat, he flips over, like all this stuff with the water, I don't know. And in the play and stuff, they make all this big discussion about this great tidal wave and all this stuff, and then you'll notice that the land before you will be replenished or replaced with water and stuff like that. And I'm just wondering if that has to do with the end of this kind of thing, like that. The cycle of life or whatever, you know, and that the end judgment will either send you back or something, or I don't know.
It could be
if that is I mean, that is one perspective I was having on it too, is that this is like the whole afterlife kind of thing. That Beau was already dead.
The horns could be the sign of the apocalypse. That's one of the biblical things, right? Each sign is the next plague, and the last horn is the final judgment, I think, or something. So
the stuff asking him about if he's had sex, I mean, and if he did have sex or whatever, it would be one of these things where, you know, he's not really, they don't ever talk, you know, it's one of these things where he can't acknowledge it because it would give it too much away that he's dead or something like that, you know?
He had sex? Oh,
if before the movie started, like that's the whole thing, is, you know, he's already dead. Like, say,
I don't know,
because the movie begins with like a birth, right? So we imagine that's like the birth of Beau, but I almost picked it up as that's the last scene of the movie, just put first, and so that birth takes place after the end of the movie.
I don't know. Like, I think
could be either way, but
I think we're reading too much into it. Think about this for a second. If you were Ari Aster and you wanted to make a movie where the main character was dead, is this really the way you would do it? Would you really have a middle scene where the actual part of their lives is what's happening, and then the other parts are like, I don't know. I feel like you would do a different style movie if that's kind of what you're trying to go with, that he was dead and this is like his recollections or his revelations or his, I don't know, moments in the afterlife.
Yeah,
or maybe I'm wrong, but
well, probably because I mean, honestly, what I really think I think this movie's more like just like a David Lynchian kind of movie of a character going through like his psyche or something like that, and it's about the end of the movie is about him trying to like basically like let go, right, of the guilt, and
Yeah, that's what I.
because guilt is the biggest thing, right? And you either, I guess, either let go of the guilt or you don't. I don't know.
I mean, like I guess I felt like there was times where, when I was watching the movie, I kept thinking, "Oh, this is like, again, like is this like a literal like supposed to be representation of stuff? Like, again, going through the tunnel, like is he going through stuff? You know, like he's coming out the other end. You know, that's like a saying. Like, is that literally what? Because I can imagine.
But then he immediately gets judged
I know.
on the other side.
As a screenwriter or as someone writing a script, like you want to be like, oh, let's do a metaphor for this or something. I feel like that's easy to do, and then it is to say like, let's do something complex, like a crazy, you know, I don't know, like you want to literally say like, I feel like sometimes that's how simple the metaphors can be.
What
It
if
can just be simple as like you know, at the end he's underwater, like he's literally underwater, not like he's literally underwater, but like he's like, you know, underneath, he's lost under his mental or his depression, let's say, or something, or his, I don't know, that could also just be reading into it, but of course we have to read into it, that's all we can do with this movie. But I mean, sometimes when I'm watching it, that's some of the things I was looking for, stuff like that would be like almost literal metaphors, and you're like, is that like trying to be the hints that they're trying to give us?
Or it's the other side of, it is a judgment, but it's about a person failing their judgment or whatever. You know, that's why he gets flipped over and he goes the other side, and the whole thing. Because another thing I always try to remember is the movie's called Beau is Afraid. So guilt and fear, I think, are two big things that, you know, the movie's about. And
Yeah.
so
I felt like also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No.
So I feel like the movie was trying to say that maybe the fear is why he felt so guilty or something like that, you know? Because it's like all the moments where he was, I don't know.
The fear, I think, would have been part of the guilt. No, I don't know. I felt the guilt was there first, and then the fear.
Oh, but no, I would want to say that the fear was there first, which led to the guilt, like the fear of leaving the keys, you know, which led to the guilt of him not being able to go. Them asking him.
I think that's more like, because again, when I still think from that scene, I think he actually didn't forget the keys. The way I think of it, I see the film. I mean, there's no 100% way to know, right? But I get more the sense that it was something like he just actually didn't want to go, or got paranoid about it and just didn't do it. And then, like, he really actually didn't want to do it. And it's coming out sort of as like subconscious, you know, ways. That makes sense. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy.
I got the other side of that, where I felt like everything happened too specifically, that I felt like everything was kind of set up the whole movie long to constantly test Beau, which made me feel like it was maybe about, you know, spirituality or God or something like that, because it's almost to a crazy level, right, where everybody's working for this thing, kind of like how, you know, if you believe in God, everybody's working for God or something like that. You know, like we're all under this bigger organism of Beau's mom or whatever that is.
Well, could it be like the story of Job? Or Job or whatever, like kind of like the idea that God's like tormenting this person to prove their faith.
Yep.
I mean, because it definitely feels like
bring up tests like a couple times in the film, and you know, Beau making the wrong choices, and
bad things are always happening to him. It seems, of course, it doesn't seem feasible that this many bad things could possibly be happening to him, right?
Yeah,
but,
to a comical level, and he doesn't seem to really do anything to stop any of it.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? He
just runs. That's basically it.
Well, again, because of the fear, right? Like he can't confront any of his fears. That's why he's in therapy, I guess, or whatever.
Or because he's the kind part. Like that's another theory I have too. Is if it's about a specific person, this Beau or whatever. Like I said, if those other aspects of the psyche, you know, maybe even Jeeve and the penis monster and the kid or whatever, and that these are that maybe it's about that he's locked away, you know, parts of himself, and so he's only stuck with the kindness, which leaves him with only one answer to fear, which is running away. You know, because maybe you need courage and ambition to fight things or to be brave.
Wait, you say the kind stuff. I thought more passive, but kindness, I guess.
I'm basically only going with that one because out of the three, that's the closest I feel like Beau matches. You know,
yeah. But yeah,
kindness,
right.
ambition, you know, and courage.
But who is Ambition?
Like I said, I was gonna say if somebody was Ambition, it would probably be the penis thing, because I think you could probably put Ambition and sex together.
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, you'd be ambitious to do so.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Unless you want to say Jeeve, but I don't know Jeeve's entire point of the movie.
Oh god, who knows what Jesus was up to? What a funny name. Oh, all right. I think I'm gonna end in a few minutes here. You want?
All right. So yeah, any last things you want to wrap up with? We could probably just.
Well, I mean, again, well, okay. I'll be honest. It's not exactly my kind of movie.
Oh no, it isn't.
No, not my favorite type. I mean, I like
I
like something art abstract, you know, but I feel like the problem with some abstract art, which I would consider this abstract art, is that it's a little bit too open for interpretation, you know. And I feel like being that open for interpretation is almost a sort of crutch in a way. Like you don't have to really make a movie with a strong point or anything. We can just do something vague, and then say, well, that's what I meant, or that's not what I meant. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's also simpler for mistakes to get through. And not to say that he made mistakes. This is obviously a very well-made movie, but, like, you can, because of your vagueness, there's no real strong message coming through. So things that don't necessarily fit, you just can say, I just don't understand how they fit. I must not get it, you know, or whatever. I could think again. When you look into art, it's just like splotches of paint on the wall. You can see, you can make statements about it, but you're never going to be 100% sure if you're right or not, right? You can do your best, and you might even be close, or maybe you are right. I don't know. The thing is that, like, I guess for me, I want to. If I'm gonna watch a movie like this, I'd rather be a little shorter than 3 hours. Like I like the one you made with the Wrath of God one, because that was also a little bit abstract, even though it wasn't that much abstract. But like it was short though. It was an hour and a half. So after an hour and a half, you can really sit back and think about it and maybe put all the pieces together. A movie like this, for 3 hours long, I mean, unless you're gonna like do what we just did right now and sit and talk for 2 or 3 hours about it, it's really hard to grasp that all in one viewing, you know? Really is like a labor you have to go through,
Yeah.
truly. But it's a labor that you might not ever come to a satisfactory conclusion with either, which sometimes can bother me. But again, like I read obviously long books, and some of these books also don't necessarily have very clear-cut answers for them or interpretations of them. But I will say, obviously, it was beautifully shot, and I mean, I loved Hereditary, and I didn't see the Midsummer yet, but clearly, this guy knows what he's doing when it comes to making films. I'm kind of glad he had an opportunity to make something like this. What else to say about it? But, I mean, he could have cut parts out of it. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean,
Yeah.
I want a director. A director's job's got to know what needs to be in there, and like parts in there I thought were like, they're nice, but did they really need to be in this film to tell a message? To tell
Well,
that message?
He made
don't
a bunch of successful movies recently, so I think this was probably a project they just let him do what he wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think it definitely get that sense that he was given free reign, and again, nothing wrong with that. I hope you can be proud of this kind of film, but like, is it gonna be a film that's gonna be I don't know, remembered forever? I don't know about that. Is it a classic? Maybe in film schools they'll be considered a classic. I don't know. But Nick, is it a classic for you?
I'll remember it. But yeah,
Or
it
beat
says
Impossible.
it says you're running out of time, so I don't know if there's anything else you want to say just in case you get kicked off, because it probably
Oh yeah, it's counting down here. It says I got 6 minutes. Cool.
6 minutes. Okay.
Wow.
Well, just say goodbye before you leave, I guess.
Yeah, okay. I'll wait for the last minute and be like, peace out.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. No,
Oh, there you go. You got 6 minutes.
I got 6 minutes. I can fill
You got
that
6
in
more
with
minutes.
And of course, I guess Joaquin Phoenix, yeah, whatever, he's fine. I mean, I'm not. I don't know. He just doesn't do it for me, like some other actors, I guess. You know, he's obviously a good actor. It's just like maybe because so much of the film's sentimentality was juxtaposed with sort of insanity that it was really hard for me to really feel for him as a character. Even like parts when he's crying over his mom. I don't know. It's like he's. I don't know. It's
Well,
hard to know.
I definitely
Sorry,
feel
no.
like they wanted you to feel the feeling of, all right, get over it. You know, like that's kind of pathetic.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's part. Maybe that's what I was trying to go for, and that maybe his his fear was supposed to be sort of ridiculed in a sense, right? Like they're supposed to be like, well, what? Come on, man. Why are you so crazy? Why are you so obsessed about this kind of stuff? Get
Yeah.
over it. Saying maybe that was part of it. Maybe the other video I saw, his interpretation was that it was supposed to be like trying to put up as like a lens to people's own fears, to say like, well, Beau's afraid of all these crazy things, and it's obviously absurd, and that we're no different though than him. Actually, we also fear things that are just as absurd. We react in similar ways, just not maybe as extremely, but and I can see some of that, especially in the beginning part of the movie. But again, the movie felt like the beginning part, I think the sections were kind of separate from each other, so it's hard to necessarily carry all the themes from the first to the middle to the end necessarily.
Yeah. I feel like they're trying to say something with this individual sections, because they all had like blackness that separated them and visions that separated them.
True. I kept thinking that he was going to get diddled. Did you? Whenever he was in the
By the mom?
Yeah.
I was wondering if that's what it had to do with. I don't know.
I don't
Because
think it
there was one line where, there was one line where he's saying that the gift that he gave the gift to the wrong lady or whatever instead of his mom. I thought they were talking about his cum load first. And I'm like, oh, they're talking about the other lady. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, if that gift was meant for his mom, that would have completely different.
I know,
implications.
right? And that's why she was all so upset when she found him in the bed. Also, having said mom's bed, there's definitely some Freudian, what do you want to call it, or
Yeah.
Oedipus stuff going on there.
And the mom had this whole speech she gave him about how the day that his dad died inside her was like the most upsetting thing to ever happen to her, but having him was like the best thing or whatever. And then he would experience the same thing of like, I don't know, dying during sex with somebody, but interesting, he would have the same experience as his mom. He would know that side of it, not the one apparently his dad would have known,
I think he would, yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't catch that part. One thing I thought too about the sex and death combination there, because it's almost like he killed his father almost. If that makes sense. Like again, going to Oedipus, but it also reminded me of a random poem I read a little while back by Donald Hall called "My Son, My Executioner." And the whole point of the poem is just, it's not really necessarily related to this, but the idea that like your children are sort of the beginning of your death, like you see your death through your not progeny, but your legacy or something. You begin to die once you start to have a actual legacy, as opposed to otherwise. I guess you don't. I don't know if you really die, but so yeah, you can see your child as your beginning of your death, or the beginning of the end in a way. That's why I call it executioner. But in this sense, it was more almost like actually dying immediately, like father died as soon as seed went into the mother, kind of thing.
If that's believed to be true.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's true. I know. That's the tough part about these kind of movies, right? Like,
well, that's why I like them, because it's like you can't be wrong if it's all left up to you.
That's true. Yeah,
Right?
no, and it's
like Play-Doh.
Play-Doh. Oh no, it's more like
You can make whatever fits for you.
or something. They can say whatever. But I mean, yeah, that's why the fascinating part is obviously getting different perspectives on movies like this, because you show it at a theater with 10 people and they have 10 different perspectives. I have no doubt.
You don't need to do it. That's why these films that have like nothing but 5-star ratings and 1-star ratings are the films I really love to look
Yeah,
for.
right.
Because like you don't need to talk about Die Hard.
I know.
You just talk about the good scenes in Die Hard. You don't really need to discuss it.
No. Yeah, no, for sure. This movie. I mean, that's like Last Kubrick can be like that too, right? I mean.
Oh, don't worry. The next one will be easier, Joe. We'll do Amos and Andrew.
Oh, God help us. All right, I got a minute and a half left, so I can call it a night here.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
Oh yeah, no problem. What about tomorrow? You want to do anything or what?
Probably not. I'll probably just pack.
Pack. You pack. You have a month to pack.
Yeah.
I won't pressure you. Do what you gotta do. Dude.
I won't pressure you.
I know.
You'll be seeing me a lot when you're helping me move.
Yeah. Who says I'm gonna help you move now, huh? I'm kidding, of course.
mommy.
Let me know what you want me to do to help with the move as well. So, like, if you want to be specific about what things I need to do, tell me. So.
You can move all the Warhammer stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I got a minute. So, thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Appreciate talking with you, and have a nice night. Okay.
Till next time. Take it easy.
Yep. Ciao.
Bye. Where is Zoom? All right. And just to wrap up, my thoughts on the film. A lot of things Joe said, yeah. But, you know, subjectively, for my own feelings, I enjoy the kind of more, like I said, more up to your own impressions kind of movie. So the more questions and stuff a movie has, and like the more not really giving me answers, I do kind of enjoy that because it lets me get my noggin jogging. So I really did enjoy this movie. Joaquin Phoenix, I thought, did a good job. The cinematography, I thought, was really good. The music, like, there's really strange, ethereal kind of music where it's got like harps and stuff going on, and there's a woman just going, oh, oh, like that kind of stuff really helped to get you in a weird mindset. And you know, if you ever feel like, if you're into these kind of weird movies and you feel like sitting down and watching a 3-hour movie that by the end you go, what the hell was that about? It's like, it's good for that. I feel like you'll get something out of it. I mean, I definitely feel like I got something out of it. These ideas of like guilt, like I said, my own personal impression that I got of it is that it's about judgment and are you feeling guilty and that kind of stuff, and doing the right thing and being judged for doing the right thing to some extent by your own psyche and that kind of stuff, and moving forward with that. That's why the Maslow's like system, a hierarchy of needs, I feel like that kind of played into it. But if you want to see the new David Lynch film that David Lynch didn't make, which I would love to see Ari Aster and David Lynch make a film together, like that would be a mind trip. All right, I got to get rid of this picture of Joe. Hold on. All right, we're moving on to jokes because it's late and I got to go to bed. No. There you go. Why is my camera so fuzzy? All right. Oh my God, it's almost 10:30? 9:30? Where are my jokes? Where are my jokes at? All right, so only got one page. Oh no. Welcome to jokes. We're just doing jokes. What's the deal with gophers? Where are they going? What are they going for? Okay, no. Anyway, instead of my terrible Jerry Seinfeld impersonation, we'll move right on to the meaty, steamy jokes. Abortion, a human right. Oh, yeah, I really went right into it this week, didn't I? Abortion, a human right? Sure. A pharmaceutical or a complicated medical procedure that ends a pregnancy? We all need that every day. Water, on the other hand. Well, fuck that. You think it's going to be about abortion. Really, it's just about water. Still terrible. What's the difference between a doctor and my therapist? I don't have my doctor strapped down eagle style on my dining room table. Yeah, I can tell by the handwriting I wrote that when I was drunk. It's good, though. Why do the black girls talk? This one was also written while I was really drunk, so I have to have some forgiveness. Why do the black girls talk so much shit? Because Hispanic girls won't shut the fuck up. It's a joke I really didn't know where I was going with. But anyway. Making jokes about skin color is fine because it's stupid. It's just nonsense silly, like making jokes about red hair or brown eyes. We want people to make fun of that stuff because it's light. No one wants to see a comedian get up and go, you ever notice girls who got molested by their dads talk like this? Or, what's the deal with your drinking problem? Look at you, having another drink. That's the problem. Let's keep it to the superficial shit. At least that lets us blame society instead of repressed memories. Yeah, that was more like an Ari Aster film joke. We don't really know what we're dealing with. Speaking of repressed memories, the Barbie movie has released 2 reviews of it being called woke propaganda, feminist trash, and a downright wonderful time for gays. Also in theaters, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. This being the 7th installment of the Mission Impossible series. Maybe the 8th installment will finally be about the real impossible mission, leaving Scientology. God bless him. Scientology. Great example how names mean fuck all. No science anywhere near that shit. They barely got the ology in there. Can't wait till I get to name a religion. I'm going to call it I have all the answers ology. I have all the answers ology. Chunky. We're just steaming right through these jokes because this is just a good, we don't need to waste our time with this. You guys got to go to bed. It's late. We're tired. I find religion to really just be like, I find religion to really just kind of be what's that word? Okay. I find religion to really just kind of be a fancy appeal to authority. Like, some dude comes over and tells you to stop killing. It's easy to be like, screw that guy. What does he know? Maybe I'll kill him. Way different when he comes over and says, God says you can't kill. It's like, oh shit, the God said that? That dude's pretty smart. Personally, I think God gets a bad rap. I mean, sure, there's been bad. Sodom and Gomorrah. Sacrifices. Making women. But there has also been a lot of good. Creating the earth. Forgiving our sins. Making bacon. And God has been growing too. Remember the day when God changed his opinion on gays and women? Felt abrupt. It's like he seemed like he made his opinions pretty clear on those topics. Like if he was gonna be ordering a burrito and those were add-ons, he'd leave them unchecked. But that was the old God. That day, he showed up wearing his trans flag pin, and we were all like, fuck, this is going to be insufferable. Can you imagine God as an activist? I've seen churches fly the pride flag and have signs saying, we accept all. To me, that's like putting up a vegan options sign on a steakhouse. Like, yeah, I'm sure you do. Whose idea was the missionary position? Like, I know what will make people believe in my God. The worst sex imaginable. I want to know which religion came up with the reverse cowgirl. Sign me up. I like that joke. The movie Oppenheimer came out this week and has gotten staunch criticism from the Japanese government for racist depictions of Japanese people as burnt husks. A lot of them are just like you and me, only extra crispy. Yeah, I didn't get the timing right in that joke at all, but we're flying on past this. I gotta go to bed. Tired. What do you get when you mix a caterpillar with a telephone? I don't know! Alright.